Gotta make sure Twitch is going along. YouTube's thumbnail. There we go. Thumbnail added. And yep, everything seems good to go. Got a whole mess of replays sarcasting. So let's go ahead and start from, let's see. I think I've done this one. Usually I don't delete the one before the end of the day. So yep, let's go and get started with this one here. And here we are. Greetings everyone, and Grade here with another Company Heroes 1 replay. Spawn on the bottom left side as the Wehrmacht player with Techno. Spawn on the right side as a US player. We are Relar. Relar? That's probably close enough how to pronounce it.
Combat pioneers, ready. Do you need any construction?
Second squad of pioneers, of course, have been deployed now. We'll likely see a third squad. Nope, we only see 2 squads. And also highlighted the lamp, even though he was selected, but we do got a third engineer being deployed now, and has not deployed out the barracks just yet. So likely he's going to get this engineer out, deploy out barracks. I doubt it's going to be a support weapons sender. It's highly likely going to be a barracks. Let's switch over the okay. There's a barracks. And not building it too far out, he may have it sort of timed out so the amount of manpower he gets by the time he gets that completed, that he will have a rifleman squad immediately built or queued. We do have a Schimwagen being deployed on now. The Schimwagen, of course, will be pretty effective versus the engineers. Excuse me about that. Schimwagen has been deployed. Engineers pushing the northern sectors. This munitions sector, of course, has been secured up by the engineers. And this fuel point, the first engineer squad has captured up the cutoff point and going straight for this fuel point. He may have some aggressive fuel income, though maybe didn't realize that this is a munitions point over here. Not so sure. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I have some early wire over here. No wire. Volksgrenadier being deployed on out. And now Schimwagen's starting to make his way forward. We'll find these engineers, of course, unescorted. And does body block knock around the engineers? And there we go, he does have the point fully captured. Does retreat back to the engineers now. Is he... We do have some riflemen being deployed now. Let's go over to the US player. I don't know why. Him retreating back with the engineer quite early. No, he's not going to deploy out any structures. I was thinking maybe, is he going for something strange and deploying out the support weapon center now? But nope, rifleman, he just retreated back just to avoid damage. I don't know why, I thought he was going for something crazy. That just tells you how crazy I am when the player thinking other people are crazy. You know the saying, confession through projection. Riflemen do fall back away from the flanking Schimwagen. We do have the rifleman maybe eyeing for some good flanking shots here. Well, no, he's just eyeing for the garrison itself. Sounds like at least 2 windows on that side. Yes, 2 windows.
The Germans are taking one of our points.
And the Schimwagen will be backing away. Over here, we've got the rifleman making advance. And pioneers also advancing as well. Down south, we've got the engineers advancing forward. Riflemen to get inside the garrison. There's only 1 window on that side. Rifleman squad do receive a bit of fire there from the Schimwagen. The Volksgrenadiers are coming to advance as well. And the Rifleman squad still in the region, but they're still getting knocked around a bit. Schimwagen capacity needs to stand and fight, allow the Volksgrenadiers to give as much support to the Volksgrenadiers as possible. Although a lot of good damage there coming out on the riflemen. Volksgrenadiers do manage to win the engagement. There's just too many Volksgrenadier, and the amount of damage to the Schimwagen already dealt with them.
Is being taken by the
Very,
enemy.
very good engagement there by the Wehrmacht player. Riflemen making their advance will be forcing away the Pioneers. And he will be capturing up both of these points now. Down south, we do have the munitions point being captured, or been decaptured. Milwaukee has probably never been captured in the first place, now thinking about it.
Able Company has the point.
Has captured up this point here. The munition point is also being secured on up, likely queued up the victory point afterwards. Riflemen do spot this MG42. Riflemen need to start charging MG42. I don't think he has frag grenade research yet, so he may get some suppression there. Nope, he does set up as a poor angle and does manage to force back the MG42 before it gets off, well, its primary gun firing. He's pulling out some landmines there, very nice. And we do got the Volksgrenadier making their advance forward. We do got a Flamer Engineer in this region. Maybe I'll get some good damage there onto the Volksgrenadiers. Volksgrenadiers, they actually didn't sustain a whole lot of damage there.
Stay by me and I'll keep you alive.
Engineers are falling on back horse, and they do drop a model. Supply yard has been plotted now, but no Triage Center just yet. He may be eyeing for aggressive M1. I doubt he's going for like the supply yard upgrades. Multiple groups of sandbags have been fully deployed there. But Riflemen do get a nice little flank there, knocking around the Volksgrenadier around the light cover with the flinch effect. And the Riflemen are getting quite focused down inside this garrison. Could pass down this side of the sandbags to avoid fire from this guy here, because all 5 guys are firing. There's only 2 guys left on this side as well. Schimwagen's moving his way forward. Engineers also advancing as well. The Volksgrenadier are a little bit wounded. Riflemen do fall back, but I think the Engineers maybe will force them back. That Flamer squad is not fully reinforced, but they get some great automatic rifle fire, or SMG fire with their grease guns onto the Schimwagen. Riflemen do fall back. Pioneers are captured at this point, and we do have this point being captured up now. A lot of damage from these squads. You need to get some veterancy, that's for sure. I don't see a Kampfkraft center on the field yet. And we do got some wires being deployed out by the Volksgrenadier. Unusual spot for wire there. I think he queued up wire to go across this road, but the first set was actually... But he actually put it too far over the right side and actually built it there first. Though he probably can travel that way, I really don't know.
Cut off from supply.
So the single Volksgrenadier model pushes his way forward, either to decapture this point with that single model, or... No, I'm not actually sure where he's going. Okay, he decides to teleport. No Triage Center yet. These guys need some manpower. A bit of fuel's been consumed. Yes, Greyhound's on the build queue. Over here, we do got the Kriegsberg being deployed on out. He definitely does need a Pak 38.
We got our flamethrower.
Flamer squad's making their advance. Wehrmacht snipers being deployed on out, but that is going to be a poor option when we see the fast Greyhound. Minesweeper, not land mines. And Greyhound has been deployed and out. Immediately being upgraded armor skirts. He cannot afford the 50 cal Pinto mount just yet. The armor skirts are probably a bit more important to make him more resilient to rifle fire, almost immune to rifle fire. Do have some landmines to be deployed now, as well as some tank traps.
Report, we are losing a sector.
We have an upgrade.
These squads are starting to make their way forward. No landmines over here. There is a set of US landmines which a sniper could find. Sniper only has that one kill we spotted earlier. And that Wehrmacht line wipes out that Pioneer for a good shot there. and does stop the landmine being deployed now. MG42 not being focused on down. Panzerfaust will be fired. Gets a direct hit there. And Schimwagen does try to ram the Greyhound, but of course it is ineffective. Gain some good damage there onto the Volksgrenadiers. Is that another Panzerfaust firing? Yeah, second Panzerfaust has connected. He does have to be... may need to fall back with the Greyhound for the time being. He does have this Minesweeper squad here, and in which... I wonder if the Minesweeper squad also can spot snipers from a longer distance. Hits when they're repairing engineers, which is very, very important. Riflemen are going to be eyeing to hunt down that sniper as well. Does get another engineer there, but he should be able to stand another Panzerfaust now. Sniper gets hit significantly, and the Greyhound does manage to pick off that sniper. Volksgrenadiers making their advance. Schimwagen is a little bit beaten up, but nothing too significant. Over on the right side, we got wire and tank traps have been completed on the far side. We do have the M342 set up on a good position, trying to stop the engineers, so I'm trying to cut the wire. Pack 38 has been set on up. The single engineer model is repairing up the Greyhound, but will likely need to retreat back for it does get it completed. Pioneer squad will be overwhelmed. There are 2 Wehrmacht landmines in that region, which could be very deadly. Though I suppose anything in this game could be very deadly. After all, everybody's armed with a gun of some sort. MG42 will get overran by the Rifleman squad. This Rifleman squad here is still suppressed, quite wounded, has dropped the model. Up north, we do have the Volksgrenadier. That was a Volksgrenadier model? Yep, it's a Volksgrenadier model. Another good hit there on the Pioneers. Trying to lure these Greyhound into a landmine, but so far unsuccessful. We do have these forces unable to get past. Trying to go for another Panzerfaust. Nope, looks like he was unsuccessful getting the Panzerfaust off. We do got the 50 cal now being deployed on out.
When it's ours, we'll take knock it down.
And he does manage to cut the wire, allowing these forces to go through. The Greyhound still likely to be blocked, unless it gets squeezes through as into the bug. Heard a unit was down. Was there a landmine detonation? Yeah, this Pioneer just gets wiped out by that landmine. Schimwagen still quite healthy at the moment. Going to be taking on this one Rifleman squad. We do have the one model in that window able to fire back at it, but it looks like the Schimwagen will manage to de-garrison this building. Volksgrenadiers making their advance now. Grenadiers have been pulled out with a Panzerschreck as well. The Riflemen are quite wounded. They will need to fall back sooner rather than later. And we do have Triage Center back at home. There are 3 models remaining. Could drop another model at the current rate. Does drop another model. Does manage to save 2 of the models. And the Flamer Engineers squad is falling back. We've got Veteran C1 on these Grenadiers and on support weapons as well. So Vet 1 support infantry and infantry.
Victory point under siege. The Germans are moving in.
Grenadiers making their advance. We do have the Pantrick knock around these forces a little bit. Flamer squad getting some great damage on in, and flanking Rifleman squad is pushing way forward. Schimwagen is going to be pursued by the Rifleman squad. The Engineer squad will need fallbacks. Does get fully wiped there. And this Rifleman squad falls back. I think he may have meant to select the Engineer that was too late for.
Enemy unit down.
Up north, looks like another Pioneer may have went down to the Greyhound. Schimwagen's in pursuit, does get some good damage there onto this Rifleman squad, suppressed by the other MG42. The one that's not mounted on the back of a truck, or not a truck, not a Jeep.
Losing ground out there.
An amphibious vehicle, whatever the proper term that is.
Supply lines are broken. We have territory cut off from supply.
Grenadier's been captured up by the, or capturing up the victory point. This victory point is not being captured up. And so the Pack 38 is trying to siege down this hedge line. These two Wehrmacht landmines still in the region, which could be quite deadly to that Greyhound.
We got our flamethrower. Time to put on the heat.
Another Greyhound is being deployed now.
Light mechanized.
This Greyhound, of course, is severely wounded. Main gun is destroyed. Looks like the main gun destroyed crit is actually what saved him. He could...
We're here. Someone wreck-keyed a Greyhound?
With two Greyhounds, he could go for the
Front shifting.
armor doctrine in order to allow light vehicles to capture points. That may be a possibility.
Take cover!
Supply lines are broken. We have territory.
Rifleman's receiving quite a bit of fire right there.
Is complete. Rifle squad has the
And the Flamer Engineers going for a flank. On the left side, we do have the Volksgrenadier making their advance. And we've got the Flamer Engineers behind the garrison. The fresh rifle, not so fresh rifleman squad is advancing, but finds the Wehrmacht landmine that was planted on top of the U.S. crater.
One of our units was.
Rifleman squad gets fully wiped there, largely thanks to that
We have a
landmine.
threat to our victory
MG42
point.
does manage to help secure that area. Rifleman inside this garrison has a lot of windows they can fire from. Got 1, 2 on this side, 5 on this side, 5 on this side, so likely all 6 rifles are going to be firing. Grenadiers receiving quite a bit of hit there. Trying to pull out some sandbags while in combat. The Pack 38 is nailing down some more of those hedges. Greyhounds pushed the way forward, taking a great hit there on the Grenadier squad,
Taking
forcing
one
them
of our
back.
points.
And the MG42 is still firing away against the garrison. Riflemen making their way forward. They don't have the grenade research to decrew that MG42. We do have the 2, 3, 4 armored car now deployed out in the field. We still
Ready
have
to
2
roll.
Greyhounds alive.
What's
This
their
one,
plan?
still... Okay, he's sieging down the Dragon Teeth's tank traps.
We're losing a munitions sector.
The next shot will probably take it out. Yep, now the Greyhound should be able to advance. Armored car getting some good hits there onto the rifleman. And we do have
Composition B is in.
sticky bombs.
Now make sticky bombs.
Sticky bombs are now deployed on now, which should be, of course, effective versus the armored car. Need something a bit more,
Crowds
something
have cut forward
mobile to
supply lines.
lock it down.
Engineers, eyes and ears, ladies.
Tally
Still no
ho,
50
we're
cal on
good
this
to go.
Greyhound, and was that his wire? No, that was Wehrmacht wire.
Tally ho, we're good to go.
Win is ours. We'll take the lock it down.
Volksgrenadier here have an upgrade of the MP40s. I do love that upgrade. It gives him quite a bit of good close range damage. He could find a good engagement here, but looks like he's just in a general move order. Will we start pursuing the squads now? We don't have bar upgrades at the moment. He's getting some great damage there onto that rifleman squad. Those rushing a bit too far away, maybe trying to avoid the flamer as well.
Front infantry is firing on us!
Front shifting. Crowds are grabbing territory from us.
And that one-man rifleman is going to try to capture points, but I don't see any Wehrmacht landmines around.
Trying to take our territory.
Armor car getting some good damage there. The rifleman squad may just want to retreat away from that 2, 3, 4. Greyhounds are pursuing in deep.
Crowds are
We'll spot this fresh Nebelwerfer.
300 points left.
Give some great hits there onto the Nebelwerfer. Severely wounded. Will need to be reinforced.
Too hot!
MP40 squad could get wiped out. Still has 2 models remaining. The Nebelwerfer is receiving quite a bit of fire now. He's going to let it sit there and be taken out.
Enemy
Armor
unit
car. Let's switch over to the Wehrmacht player. We do have the 50mm upgrade. Ooh, I didn't realize see him lay down that landmine there. The 50mm may just need to be cancelled at this point in time. Volkswagen did not get off of Panzerfaust. The 50mm has been cancelled. And looks like the bunker went down there.
Taking fire!
Attention.
No additional
The
units
enemy
being deployed on
advantage
mount.
is
No
taking fire.
upgrades either. It's pushing on forward for a Panzerfaust. Looks like Panzerfaust may be cast. Nope, doesn't look like it. And deploy out another Wehrmacht, M8 Greyhound landmine. Pioneers are slowly repairing up the Puma, but actually they're not repairing at the moment. They got knocked around a little bit.
Reinforced. Rifle squad has the objective.
Okay, they're starting to repair up the Puma now. Could be upgraded to 50mm. Riflemen are eyeing the munitions point. Overall, great field control coming out by the U.S. player. He has a lot of opportunity to capture multiple points.
Yeah. Psst. Listen up.
MG42 here may find this rifleman squad. Though he may already know it's there.
Reinforced.
MP40 squad making an advance, finding the rifleman. Getting some great damage on in. And MG42 does get spotted there.
Upgrade complete.
HG's pushing their way forward. Willis deploy out some more landmines of his own. And the Greyhounds, I believe, both have been upgraded to 50 cal. Yep, both of them have been upgraded to 50 cal. We'll spot this Volksgrenadier on negative ground, able to get some great damage onto it. And Flamer Squad is able to defend himself no problem. Does get a Panzerfaust off on the Greyhound, but the engineer nearby can get it repaired up no problem. So this is probably a really poor Panzerfaust off there. He will not be able to destroy those or take on those engineers that he's trying to repair up.
One of our munitions points.
And we've got Hellcat now deployed on field. And this is not some sort of off-map combat group. He hasn't selected Doctor just yet either. So, Hellcat will provide him a lot of good anti-vehicle. The 234 has not been upgraded to 50 mil. Losing it will have hurt him from engaging more and more of the infantry, though he doesn't have to worry about getting the 50 mil to engage the Greyhound, so it's a Hellcat nearby. And Hellcat should be able to quickly pick it off, no problem. Hellcat has not really been trying to pursue this 234 just yet. We'll find a shot off now. Does roll a miss there, but I think the splash damage did quite a bit of work there. Pack 38 is set on up. Second Pack 38 shot will come on forward. But no, he split his fire with his two Pack 38s. We may see another shot off. No, we do not see another hit there. If he would not have split his fire, he potentially could have took out that Hellcat with the second AT gun. Landmine course does get swept by a pair of feet.
Tank killer here.
Is that enough for space for a Hellcat? One way to find out.
Great shot, Summers.
Two, three, four, still alive, but
Losing
still
ground
really
out there.
wounded. The engineers are capturing up the victory point, and the Greyhound's coming to respawn. Gets directed there on the Schimmwagen. The Schimmwagen will likely go down. Or maybe not.
Roger. Hellcat here.
Hellcat is not being repaired on up. It is being repaired on up. I just don't see the... There's the wrench. Maybe partially interrupted somehow.
Our supply lines are being threatened.
MP40 squad making their advance. Forcing back the engineers. On the right side, Volksgrenadier pushing their way forward, getting some good suppression there onto the rifleman with the MG42.
Supply lines are broken. We have territory cut off from supply. We're losing ground out there.
Look alive, people! We got ground infantry!
Looks like these engineers do manage to find the AT gun. Will get it
Enemy unit
decrewed,
down.
no problem. Could potentially claim it for himself,
Forward
but you would have to
supply
sacrifice the
lines
entire engineer squad. If the nearby Volksgrenadiers, he probably would not be able to secure it.
Yeah? Under fire!
Greyhound will push on forward as a Veteran 2 Greyhound. Infantry 2 will be falling on back. We do have the Flame Engineers being forced on back and folded away by those MP40s. Good hit there onto the Greyhound. Trying to circle the AT gun. He will do from another angle, but there's another second one in the back. He does have light Veteran 1 on the light vehicles. Good hits there.
Ready to go.
Damage engine. The autocannon maybe will get the kill there on the Greyhound as long as it maintains the rear armor. Hitting the wrong squad now. Pack truck does connect. Main gun destroyed there onto the Greyhound. It's the engine's damage. The autocannon does finish off the Greyhound there. Actually, it may have been the pack truck with the regular bolt action rifle fire. And looks like the Rifleman squad will manage to capture the Pack 38. Still has been pushed his way forward. Throws a frag on top of his own of the AT gun. And Sticky Bomb does connect onto the Stug, getting damaged engine there. Getting some great damage there onto the Pack 40 or Pack 38. Multiple hits there onto the armored car. Throws out another frag grenade there, getting a full wipe there on the AT gun, and the other squad will get fully wiped as well. Getting multiple damage engine crits with the sticky bombs.
We're down to 200 points.
Hellcat, however, is in the region.
We can now support rapid deployment.
We got infantry to the infantry doctrine has been selected, so he's going for the rapid deployment, which he is getting another Hellcat, a Ranger squad, and a pair of riflemen. That's a lot of infantry. Holy crap. That's actually pretty good. Could get bar upgrade now. To make that'll be worth it as well. I'll switch over to the Wehrmacht player. No doctrines have been selected just yet. The Rangers it's not half bad either with the extra bazooka, so that was a really, really good spalling out. Never hurts to have an extra Hellcat. So now he has two Hellcats, one of them upgunned. And the Rangers can provide some good fire support as well, especially when versus fighting against the armored cars.
An assault force has now been assembled in our reserves.
Looks like Blitzkrieg has been selected. He's likely going for a Stu relatively soon, or maybe just saving up for a Tiger tank.
Veteran seat gain.
Vet 1, Vet 2 infantry, and a person got blown up, and maybe the Schimwagen. Wehrmacht landmines are not landmines, wire right there. The bazookas could potentially force fire the ground to destroy those wire. The wire itself is actually quite wounded. Hellcats stay on up.
The enemy advances.
Heard more lines laid as ordered, and we do got some more landmines right here. On the left side, we got the
territory from us.
bunker case, good suppression there onto the engineers.
Attack our forward.
Now the bunker is receiving some Greyhound fire. Give him enough time, he will take it out, but it'll take a bit of time. Plus, there's also the flamer here as well. Schimwagen can't really engage those forces, but you got the armored car pushed way forward. Landmine has been deployed out there, and will be found. A lot of Greyhound landmines there. Getting main gun destroyed as well. Stug is coming in forward to respond, and there goes the armored car. Stug's making his advance right there. Schimwagen is absorbing some fire and be able to body block the Greyhound a little bit as well. Pulls out another landmine there, trying to intercept that Stug. And he will find the rear armor of the Stug, but the Stug will not find the landmine. Master Treat here, maybe an MG42. There is an MG42 inside the building. And the Greyhound is down severely wounded. Does receive a miss there from the Stug. Does get damage there thanks to the pursuing Schimwagen on hitting the rear armor. There is a US landmine there, and the Schimwagen will likely go down. Does get Manga destroyed there, and finds a landmine and detonates it with the Schimwagen. Was that a Wehrmacht landmine being detonated by the Greyhound? Really hard to say, but either way, both of those light vehicles go down. Does get damage engine crit there with a sticky bomb. And MP-40 Volkswagen push the way forward, trying to gauge these forces. The church is now under siege by these Hellcats. There's still that Wehrmacht landmine there. This Wehrmacht landmine has been found, so damage engine there. Stug still has a damage engine. We'll likely may see a sticky bomb there on the Stug. Stug's trying to reverse away, trying to maintain distance away from the Hellcat, at least trying to maintain its gun, face the right direction, and that Hellcat is almost going down to the Panzerschreck and AT gun. That does go down to an AT gun. Stug does get a main gun destroyed engine, so that Hellcat will go down. Over here we've got a big wave of infantry,
Heavy assault forces ready.
and can now deploy a Tiger tank.
The Yankees are grabbing our territory.
Volksgrenadier are falling on back now. And here comes a Nebelwerfer. Oh yeah, he built a Nebelwerfer a long time ago. And not sure if it got fully destroyed or it got reinforced or what. But Tiger Tank is pushing its way forward. There's also some tank tracks deployed out by the Wehrmacht player trying to stop the Greyhounds from conducting another insurgent. Insurgent. Surgical strike, that's what I'm looking for. Ugh. Lack of sleep's been very problematic to me lately. Rifleman, however, may get wiped out by that MG42. Has seen quite a bit of fire there. Rifleman squad will get fully wiped there. Sticky bomb does connect onto the Stug. Flamer, however, is going to be nailing that MG42. It does find the landmine there, but the MG42 gets fully wiped.
They're losing territory.
Still damage into there onto the Rifleman. Does get the model crush that was trying to throw the sticky bomb. His forces are quite wounded. Even though they can engage the AT gun, give enough time, but with the nearby Stug, completely destroyed engine. Oh, here Volksgrenadier is pushing very far forward. Needs to retarget towards that engineer there, but does not get a squad wipe on that engineer.
The enemy advances.
On the southern flank, we do got the Rifleman engaging the MP-40 Volks. Hellcats are making its way forward. We've got the Tiger Tank making its advance as well. Tiger Tank has 5 kills, likely all of them from his own tank traps, honestly. Good hits there with the bazookas onto that observation post. Nebelwerfer coming in for a very close range barrage onto this Ranger squad. The point does go down, but direct hit there on that Ranger squad. Another good hit there. Multiple hits there on the Rangers, getting some great damage, and does wipe out the entire Ranger squad with the Nebelwerfer. Red 2 Tiger tank recently researched. Needs to get 2 more hits there onto that Hellcat. Rolls some more misses there. Another good hit there. Hellcat trying to run away. No landmines to retreat past, it appears to be. This fire shot there taking out the Hellcat. This MG42 was in great position for quite some time, but it looks like an off-map power shoot was called on in, allowing these forces to advance once more, but may splash himself a bit.
We are losing territory.
Territory attempted to be decaptured. Got a good hit there on the rifleman. And I heard some more landmine detonations. Looks like maybe a stick grenade. Tiger tank has seen a bit of fire, but no damage to engine at the moment.
Let's attack our forward base.
So we got the Pack 38 now getting under siege and will be wiped out by the rifleman. Was it going to try to capture that Pack 38 there? But the Shug, however, will body interrupt him. Stick grenade thrown. No, those are stun grenades being thrown by the Grenadiers. Trying to stop him from taking an AT gun. One last stick grenade, stun grenade thrown. And does nail his own Pack 38 with the Panther Shrek. Tiger tank's still a little bit wounded. Neb Warfare raiding on in over here. Largely just missing everything, however. Up north, we got more good damage coming out by the machine gun bunker, but got a flanking flamer squad doing some great damage in. Tiger tank under response, trying to stop the flamer. It's pretty close. Gets a great hit there, wiping out the engineer, saving his bunker. And he's maintaining suppression there now. More stun grenades thrown. Another rifleman squad could get wiped out.
Taking fire.
And the mortar team will get overran.
What do they smell like? This is over. Ruhe, Achtung!
Riflemen do now have the bar upgrade. And there's a minesweeper here, but I don't think there's any landmines remaining. I think he found them all. Troops making this advance, may get snared by a sticky bomb. Will get, no, will not get snared there by a sticky bomb. M1 Ethigon does find a good hit there onto the Stug. And does get a gun destroyed correct onto that Stug. MP40 squad, however, getting some great damage on in. No Thompson Ranger upgrade on this squad. And the Ethigon will manage to survive. Neb Warfare Barrage getting some great hits in there, and that could singe the mortar or the AT gun and does get it decrewed.
The Yankees are grabbing our territory.
Veterans engaged.
Frag grenade was thrown, but largely was ineffective.
We're losing a sector.
The VPs are heavily in favor towards the Axis players with a good 335 advantage, or 45 ticket advantage. Does get that squad fully pinned there by the MG42. That MG42 doesn't take prisoners all too well.
The enemy is seizing our territory.
Oh, here, riflemen and engineers making their advance. And looks like Tiger tank getting some good hits in, but largely rolling mists. Does knock around the engineer a little bit there. We got a mortar team as we're deployed now by the Wehrmacht player. And getting a direct hit there on the rifleman squad and wiping him out. Neb Warfare Barrage raining on in. AT gun setting on up, trying to get some good hits there on the Tiger tank. Does find a good hit there. And the Infantry 42 focusing on rotating its gun around, but ooh, what was that sound? That sound was much louder. And ooh, with the backdrop there, he gets a great hit there from the Tiger tank. Does get a sticky bomb off. Does get a damaged engine there. This is going for stun grenades on one of these squads. It's that frontal squad there, getting some great stuns there, getting some good damage all across the line as well. As like the battle phase has been completed, it gets some direct hits there with his Tiger tank, getting some very, very deadly shots in. More and more hits coming on in. The rifle squad is forced to fall on back. Raider squad finds a landmine there. Now after my powers shoot trying to rain on in, and probably will take it pretty close. I think that bunker will go down.
Seize their victory point. Enemy is calculating.
MP4 squad could make their advance. Does use the stun grenade ability now. Does throw one of the grenades, multiple grenades there, getting some great damage all across the line, and he has went ahead and backed out the game. This is Adam Gray saying thank you for watching and signing off. And on to the next replay. While I was getting the loading screen, I need to stretch a bit. I'm getting a little bit tired, even though I just downed a whole can of energy drink. Oh. While this is thinking, I'm going to stretch for a moment. And there we go. That should do it. Hopefully that makes me a little bit more alert and awake. Spawn on the north side as the Panzer Elite player, we have Drex N. Spawn on the south side as the US player, we have Dumas TV. Let's see now, we do have one Kettengrad here, 2 Panzer Grenadiers, no additional Kettengrad being deployed on out. Not sure what's going on. We've got some engineers pushing the way forward, eyeing to capture some fuel points. There's some accusations has been thrown. Last game?
Panzer Grenadiers have taken the field.
Not so sure what happened. Maybe there's a bit of a issue from the previous game that may have came up. Now that's making it a little bit hostile to each other. A bit more hostile than gunfire? No, should be the other way around, right? G43s have been deployed on out.
Go ahead, sir. Ready to move.
And those Panzer Grenadiers eyeing for this munitions point now, or maybe eyeing for this fuel point. Those are heading towards that fuel point. Kettengrad captures some points as well. Nope, he's going for the cutoff point now.
Panzer Grenadiers, fall in.
Engineers captured that munitions point now. Jeep is pushing his way forward, trying to engage perhaps the Kettengrad. And he will go ahead and capture up the point without the G43s. We'll find a good engagement there against the engineers, and thanks to the fact that the engineers have reduced range and better closer range, you'll be able to get some free shots in. But speaking of free shots, Jeep does roll on up and get some free shots in himself. Engineers pulling out some sandbags there onto that near that fuel point. Capturing up right now is not really that important since it'll be cut off immediately.
Yeah.
Or will be out of supply, I should say. Jeep rolling around, unable to capture points yet. He hasn't selected doctrine yet, and let alone selecting armor.
Fuel depot secured. Panzer Grenadiers in the field.
One squad of Panzer Grenadiers have been deployed on out. And the Kettengrad will be trying to avoid that Jeep. The Jeep could pursue it. G43 Panzer Grenadiers on to stop this engineer. The Kaliningrad knocking him around a little bit. Doesn't stop the capture. Could take time to use the Kaliningrad to capture that point. The engineers have... He's starting engaging that Panzer Grenadier at point blank range. The engineers do fall back. Jeep is now in the mix of that Panzer Grenadier squad. Does take out one of the models there as the Kaliningrad starts to decapture the point. Over here, got the riflemen and the Panzer Grenadiers now duking it out. Third Panzer Grenadier squad's advancing slow. Jeep trying to knock around these Panzer Grenadiers. And soon good job knocking around one of the Panzer Grenadier models. G43 squad has not yet retreated back. And maybe gets some, and is getting some good damage there onto that rifleman squad now. Is knock around this Panzer Grenadier model out of the light cover, very nice. But the G43 squad is so far uncontested still. It does get some great damage all across the line. These squads are falling on back.
Kampfgruppe Leer is losing a munitions depot to the enemy.
Jeep will go ahead and roll on away. And then forward. There, of course, this engineer squad, if we can help repair it up. The Jeep will go ahead and knock around the Panzer Grenadiers once again.
Have upgraded defensive operations.
So it's going for early healing. I do like early healing because everybody needs some additional blood transfusions.
Grenadiers here.
And Panzer Grenadiers are
The munitions point has been captured.
mostly healed. One of them's a little bit wounded and does force back the engineers now. Down south, we do have the Flamer Engineer Squad capture the fuel point, while the Riflemen now captured the cutoff point. The cutoff point has been captured. It just takes a bit of time to capture the fuel point now. G43 Panzer Grenadiers and G43 squad making their way forward. We've got two Rifleman squad here as well. Perhaps some good focus firing there on the G43 squad is in order. And overall, the Riflemen are getting hit quite significantly on it, not really sending any rounds back towards a Rifleman. Engineer do decapture the point and does decide to go behind the heavy cover after decapturing that point, trying to avoid some additional damage. And Panzer Grenadiers catch up over here. Obviously, he has deployed out a second squad of G43 Panzer Grenadiers. He has 4 squads of Panzer Grenadiers currently deployed out of the field as the Kaliningrad are going to capture up that fuel point. Jeep starting to make his way forward. And one of these Rifleman squad does have 1 level of veterancy as well. Does get one of the engineers fully suppressed and pinned thanks to G43 barrage ability or suppressive fire ability. Both those Panzer Grenadier squads are falling back. Jeep could knock around the other Panzer Grenadiers as well. Just 1 Panzer Grenadier remains. A bit wounded, however. This Rifleman squad does manage to fall back in time. And the Panzer Grenadier squad will be falling on back. Another G43 squad is being deployed now. It's going for 3 G43s. The other 2 will likely be saved up for Panzer trucks, I'm assuming. Riflemen engaging the Panzer Grenadiers at point blank range. G43 squad's advancing slow, the other 2. But he does have the forward healing systems in the base sector. Eyeing for some of that light cover nearby.
The enemy is seizing our territory.
Good damage coming across the line on these Panzer Grenadiers. Oh, we do have a Panzer Jäger Command being deployed on out, which will allow some forward reinforcements in this region once finished, as well as probably eyeing for a 222. Rifleman squad is trying to stay behind some of that heavy cover there. All 3 G43s are here. The other 2 could be just going around for capping pressure, while this could be the assault squad or squads.
The build is complete, sir.
Does find the landmine there thanks to that Kaliningrad. And the Flamer engineers making their advance. Both of them
Losing a munitions
gain
depot.
some decent damage there onto the Kettengrad. The rifleman, the engineer squad does fully retreat on back, and we got the Jeep squad now may need to fall back as well. And there's the music. All of the U.S. forces are falling on back. On the northern flank, there's nothing here except for the Jeep rolling around. The U.S. player could go for armor doctrine to get the capping light vehicles, which does affect the
We have
Jeep.
gained the ability to instruct the troops on tank awareness.
Tank awareness. That means he's gone for tank hunter doctrine. Okay, interesting. So we know what doctrine he's gone for. Let's switch over to the U.S. player. I think he may have selected doctrine based on the lack of, I think there's a missing command point,
Armored recon is
which
on
could
point.
be infantry deployment, light vehicle capture, or vehicle production. The Jeep fully does go down, and wait a second. No, that's Kettengrad decapturing that.
Target destroyed.
So, Kettengrad does go down. Still don't know what doctrine the U.S. player has gone for just yet. All those Grenadiers are falling on back. Riflemen are at efficiency 2 as well. We've got the upgrades there onto the what's it called? Greyhound. The Greyhound's going to be trying to pursue that armored car. Does roll a miss there.
Mechanized has their orders. They will now take and hold.
And he has gone for armor doctrine. And he's going straight for the cutoff point. That is very handy. Though it does reveal his hand what doctrine has gone for. But going for the cutoff point can be very important. We do got support command being deployed now as well. Is he going straight for Panthers? Though honestly, a short barrel Panzer IV and or Hotchkiss wouldn't be half bad either. That both of those can engage the Greyhound with no problem. Riflemen receiving quite a bit of fire right there. They do fall back, but will it be in time? Next autocannon fire does not hit that squad. G43s, all three G43s are pushing their way forward. Luckily, these other two squads are going to be upgraded with Panzerschrecks to get the double Panzerschreck upgrade. Though that's just an assumption. Those probably once he sees a whole bunch of vehicles, then probably yes. Excuse me. Rifleman squad do get out of that garrison. Rifleman squad does manage to fall back in time. This one needs to fall back as well. Does find an STG squad and finds that may have been a Greyhound landmine there. I doubt that was a Tellermine him accidentally. The Greyhound actually detonated that one. Was that actually a Tellermine? No, that couldn't be. That probably was a US landmine that also got detonated by the Greyhound. Because you can see the Greyhound shot landed right there. And that's exactly where the landmine was. So that could have been a Tellermine. Panzer Grenadiers rush on forward. Not something great to do that next to a Greyhound. Does get suppressed there thanks to that 50 cal upgrade. Gains some good hits there onto the G43s as well.
We're
US
losing
player
a point out there.
does have an AT gun deployed on out. No tank depot at the moment. We've got a mortar half track, light AT half track, and armored car now all have been deployed on out.
Yes, sir, right here.
Panzer Grenadiers do fall back. Same bit of fire there, literally. Riflemen are a little bit wounded. One of them's at efficiency 2. Quite impressive that one's up to efficiency 2. All the other ones are just unvetted right now. And it actually got interrupted with reinforcing lists, at least for one of them. On the left side of the map, we've got the Flamer Engineers engaging the unupgraded Panzergrenadier squad. It gets some great damage there. The Panzergrenadiers are probably going to capture the point and fall back. AT gun does find a good hit there onto the mortar half track as well. We've gone up a shot there, getting another good hit there on the armored car. It has gone for accuracy, which should make them much more deadly. A triple accuracy armored car is very, very deadly. M1 AT gun does force roll a miss against the advancing infantry. Actually, no, he may be seizing down this hedge line. Decides to soft retreat away with it. Was probably a good idea. Veteran C2 Rifleman squad will fall back.
Ready for battle.
No bar upgrade at the moment, nor being researched. No upgrades being researched at the moment either. Let's go ahead and get some shots off there with the light ATF track. It's either really hit or miss when it comes to hitting the light ATF track and hitting infantry. Sometimes it just feels like it always hit, annihilating a model. Sometimes it feels like it doesn't hit whatsoever. Field repairs have been selected. And the Rifleman squad will be falling on back. Good hit there with from the AT gun. The Greyhound could potentially rush forward to finish it off. Does have to avoid the light ATF track, but if the AT gun in the region should be able to ward away in case he does get an engine crit hit. Problem is, he doesn't have any engineers nearby for repairs. No, actually, no, they're pretty close by. Mortar half track can make his advance. We may get flamed down a little bit by the engineers.
Look alive, people! We got ground infantry!
Good damage hit coming out there on the Panzergrenadiers. Engineer squad is inside the garrison. This squad does get fully pinned by the suppressive fire ability. Level 1 production has been researched. He may be not eyeing for a motor pool. Case good hits there as well. He has to put out a support weapon center as well. He may be going for a sniper.
Taking rifle fire!
Our forces are taking
Does get that
casualties.
wiped. I wonder if he knows what doctrine is going to select it for. If that was a Tellermine right there, then he should know what doctrine he's gone for. If that was his own landmine, then he probably still does not know what doctrine he's gone for yet. Rifleman squad, Panzergrenadiers are going to overwhelm that AT gun. We saw the Greyhound in the region. Should be able to get some good shots in.
Amazing ground out.
Light ATF track and armor car making their advance forward now, and the M1 AT gun does get through.
Taking fire.
Let's get hit there on that Panzergrenadier. I doubt he has anti-tank grenades. That's an upgrade that's incredibly rare. Light ATF track does get a fully immobilizing crit there on the Greyhound. Does send a good shot in return. Gets another good hit there in return. I'm not sure what exploded there. That must have been the mortar half track. Yeah, that's the mortar half track raining on him.
Reported.
Does lose the AT gun there.
We are under fire!
Flamer engineers pushing way forward. Line well as regular rifleman eyeing to capture that AT gun. 4 models left in the squad. Has to be very careful. Does manage to capture without losing that squad. Armor car is still fully immobilized. I think he also has some destroyed engine to boot. We may see sticky bombs. He likely does have sticky bomb research.
Our engine is hit.
Armor car gains some good hits on in.
Left flank is mobile!
Not sure what exploded there. Oh, was it Kettengrad carcass?
Ready, rifleman!
Clearly you have to deny the Birkentiga from recovering a Kettengrad. Mortar half track could potentially get some more hits there. Light half track is back right here getting repairs.
We hold the initiative. At this rate, we'll be taking Berlin by Christmas.
And more mortars are raining on in. Sandbags crosser right there. Does find the US sniper. Does find this landmine there as well. Very nice. Does fall back with that STG squad. This STG squad could find this other landmine, but unlikely.
It's a goddamn hornet's nest here.
And we'll find another shot there. He may do a full retreat there. Veteran Sweep 1. He currently hasn't received any sort of fire there. Finally received some hits there, but that's about it. He's very, very far forward. Was that another US sniper? Second US sniper has been pulled on out. He does not find that other landmine in the tree path. So 2 US snipers have been deployed. Greyhound's advancing, doesn't have to worry about anti-tank rifle or anti-tank grenades. Does get a fully immobilized engine there thanks to the light ATF track, but does use global repairs trying to repair up the engine
Losing a
crits.
strategic sector.
And he will manage to repair those engine crits, but immediately gets re-immobilized.
Taking some heat.
More global repairs are still waiting on in. Actually, no, that repair symbol is actually a bug.
Gassed up and good to go.
Or maybe because he got fully repaired, he doesn't receive any more repairs. That actually may have what happened because the repairs was still going on. So it looks like once you reach 4 health, you don't receive more healing. Interesting.
They're fucking everywhere!
Riflemen have received quite a
Fuel
bit of
point is
fire
being seized.
and may get fully wiped there.
Enemy unit
Does hit up the armor car there with the M1AT gun. Sniper can still get another shot in. Does get 2 more shots in. Both of them have Veteran C1. And does find that landmine there. Could potentially get wiped there by the snipers. Sniper does roll a miss there. The other sniper does not manage to get a shot off. More mortars are raining on in. The Greyhound, of course, is dead. This carcass does get killed. No Perkentica for him. Or useful Perkentica, I should say.
infantry squad reporting casualties.
AT gun does get decrewed. G43 is making an advance. Will run through his own incendiary effect there.
Sniper, take it easy. What are my coordinates?
I think he may have just rolled a miss there with a sniper. AT gun trying to charge him forward, trying to disrupt that one squad. And draw his whole straw of fire for the sniper. G43 squad does manage to fall back there. This squad decides to fall back as well since he's just getting overran. On the left side, we got the Kaliningrad. Could have captured the VP. The US player is still at 500 VP, so he has not lost a single ticket yet. No sticky bombs, apparently. 2 mortar half tracks have been deployed on out.
Observation posts report we are losing a sector.
Now we do got a strategic point being decaptured now.
Enemy unit down.
Does take out the Kaliningrad there. And the expanded grenades are making their advance. Does get some good damage there onto the M1AT gun.
Point is ours. What say we lock it down?
More mortars are raining on in. Overall, great field control coming out by the US player. The G43 squads make their advance. And the riflemen are just eyeing for some heavy cover there. Should be a assault out for quite some time. I'm not so sure what the Wehrmacht, what the US player is planning to deploy at the moment. It is getting another AT gun. Doesn't have the tank people yet. Maybe it would have been a good idea to pull out a Sherman tank. More mortars are raining on in, but they're largely just missing at the time being. Rifle squad can hang out left out to dry.
Opposition B is in. The troops can now make sticky bombs.
Okay, now he can get out sticky bombs. Rifle making the way forward does find the autocannon course. That, of course, is a relatively fresh armored car. And these riflemen making an advance, but looks not trying to risk some of this stuff. Does find another mortar hit over here.
We are losing contact with one of our sectors. We're losing a fuel sector.
On the left side, the rifleman squad is making their advance, trying to overwhelm this Panzer Grenadier. Does force him back at least. This Panzer Grenadier, however, is going to maintain decapturing that fuel point. US pilot, very good kill there onto the light AT half track with the AT gun. A second armor car has been brought on out. This is an absolute fresh
Our
one.
supply lines are
Trying
being
to go for a
threatened.
sticky bomb, decides to fall back before getting the sticky bomb off. Didn't want to stick around, potentially being wiped.
Anti-tank crew, ready.
Anti-tank gun trying to engage anything that advances. Thought I heard something deployed now. Yeah, we do have a tank depot deployed now. Is it going to go for Hellcats, M10s, or will it go for Sherman tanks? I think a Sherman tank would be a great option. Something to help engage the infantry and these light vehicles. And he sees all the light vehicles right now. So a Sherman tank wouldn't be half bad. Sticky bomb is being thrown over the hedge. Does connect with one of those mortar half tracks. Direct hits there onto the AT gun, however.
Got hostiles in the car.
And the AT gun does get decrewed there. This AT gun will be flanked by the armored cars, and without any support from another AT gun, he will have a bit of trouble.
Casualties being reported.
He does spot the tank depot as well, so it's likely I see his opponents pulling out some sort of armor asset. Stick bomb does connect. Sniper receives some mortar hits as well. Fully immobilized armored car there, but there are Panzer Grenadiers for course for repairs.
Losing ground out there.
Ooh. 2 incendiary mortars do rain on in.
Base is under enemy fire.
Anti-tank gun will get wiped out.
Supply lines are broken. Territory cut off.
One AT gun does go down. He's perhaps going to focus fire the other one. Do have a Hellcat being deployed on out. Not Hellcat, M10.
Squad is taking full fire.
I would honestly say a Sherman tank probably would have been a bit better to help engage infantry, but the Hellcat will of course allow them to engage these armored cars with no problem. And he still may not be aware what doctrine his opponent has gone for yet. I have seen no indication other than that actual Tellermine. Trying to start pursuing these armored cars. They are blitzing away. Does roll 2 misses there.
Infantry
And the
squad
rifleman
reporting
squad does get
casualties.
wiped out there. Snipers will need to fall back. Does get recamouflaged there. And then still needs to push his way forward. Make another shot off here on one of these armored cars. No, he does not. This mortar half track does have his engine repaired. Does get a hit there on one of the armor cars. We'll be finding these mortar half tracks now. The mortar half tracks are facing the wrong angle. Does get a decent splash hit there onto the M10. Does manage to tie up one of these mortar half tracks, but he may still escape. Another good hit there. Light half track does get a short engine crit there. Activate global repairs. Fully immobilized now. And now that's not a Hetzer, that's a Jagdpanther.
We have heavy armor and company reserves. Down one tank destroyer.
That's not a Hetzer.
Point is ours.
That hasn't been a Hetzer this entire game. That's a Jagdpanzer.
Construction
Losing
detail.
ground out
Our work
there.
is done
Not
here.
Jagdpanzer, Jagdpanther.
Point is ours. What say we lock it down?
He can't deploy out of
Done
I
building here.
think my M8 was bugged. Not so sure what seemed bugged about it. It didn't seem bugged to me.
Keep fucking coming. Army's finest here.
Panzer Grenadiers do receive a bit of fire there. Now the Jagdpanther is pushing his way forward. We'll likely see a sticky bomb onto it, but will be hit or miss whether or not it actually gets the engine damage. However, Pershing's been deployed now. I do know the light TF half track is still alive, so it's likely going to go forward for a crit.
The enemy is down to 300 points.
He does have enough munitions there for a field repair as well. Let's keep that up until the engine crit does come out. There's a U.S. landmine there. Does throw a sticky bomb there on the Jagdpanther. Multiple hits there onto the Pershing. That's damage engine there. Does find a landmine there, but only did a mine hit. No engine damage onto that light AT track.
Infantry squad lost.
Does lose that rifleman entirely. Going for another sticky bomb there onto the Jagdpanther. And now the barracks is under siege.
Base is under attack.
Trying to repair up the Pershing the best he can. The US player still has a lot of tickets, so he can trade tickets for resources, but he lost his engineer squad to the mortar half tracks. So even though he has a lot of tickets,
They destroyed
he
our
may not be
barracks.
able to get enough resource or time out to get enough engineers and keep them alive for repairs. Pershing starts to make its way forward. The Jagdpanzer is also making its way forward, but needs repairs, that's for sure. Does get another sticky bomb off. Armor cars trying to go around the
We're losing a
flanks.
munitions point.
Pershing's making his advance. There's a lot of stuff here. Light TF track does not get a crit there. Motor was there onto the mortar half track. There's a line sight blocker here as well. Fresh M1AT gun trying to engage these forces. Mortar pool is being under siege as well. It does roll some bounces there. Unable to get a crit shot off.
Infantry squad lost.
Does lose another infantry squad down to one rifleman, no engineers. He may need to redeploy an engineer. Support weapon center receiving quite a bit of fire as well. Its mortar barrages onto the triage center. This AT gun still has a bit of health regen, but just getting overwhelmed by these forces. Mortars raining some good hits there. Rifleman could not resecure the AT gun. And French engineer has been forward now, trying to get some repairs. He does not have enough munitions for a field craft repair. Motor pool does go on down.
Snipers is KIA.
Sniper does go down to a mortar. He does find a good rear armor hit there with his Pershing. Pershing, of course, can destroy the hedge line as well. Gets some multiple rear armor hits there. Pershing could not get the body block there on the Jagdpanzer. Jagdpanther does both sides set out a bounce to each other. No, but the Jagdpanther does fire, taking out the Pershing. Pershing may get one more shot off. Does get one more shot off there. Goes for another sticky bomb there. Vet 1 defense on the Jagdpanther.
Enemy unit.
And the Jagdpanther does go down. But the US player doesn't have a whole lot remaining. In some cases, literally. Doesn't even have a barracks for more riflemen. So his one rifleman squad is all he has.
Base is under attack.
Ooh, getting some good hits there. Trios is under siege. Does take up the light AT half track. He's saved up more manpower for Pershing at this point in time. Engineers getting ripped apart, and he just go ahead and cast GG. There was no Hetzler deployed that game.
Our forces are taking casualties. Base is under
Yeah,
attack.
anti-tank light ATF half track. Yeah, it's that ability. Okay, so that's what he thought it was a bug.
The Axis are winning the battle. Get back in the fight.
You have 4 shots of snares. Not 4 shots to get a snare, but it's 4 shots of snares. Oh. Yeah, that's the light AT half track. Yep, I'm just going to fast forward now. Well, either way, this is Angrade saying thank you for watching and signing off. And on to the next replay. Oh great, this one's also called 4 Hetzlers. Last game we deployed out 0 Hetzlers. Maybe this is the game where they thought there was some sort of like lag bug or something like that. Let's find out. Greetings everyone, and Grade here for another Couple Heroes 1 replay. It's on the south side as the US player, or Wehrmacht player, Panzer Elite player, there we go. We have Drexen. Spawn north side as the US player, we have Dumas TV. Do have a barracks being deployed on now. A second engineer as well. No additional engineers. And no additional Kettengrads. This usually a map I see people go for double Kettengrad because it's pretty large open. Looks like they're a little bit hostile still. I think these games were back to back when they were played. But I'm not so sure which one came first.
Panzer Grenadiers ready to move out.
We are upgraded and ready for
I've
action.
secured the objective.
Engineers are capturing that cutoff point. And these engineers are going for those 2 safe points. Fresh riflemen have been deployed on out.
Ja, Herr Kommandant.
Kettengrad is eyeing for this munitions point over here, while the G43 squad is capturing that cutoff point. Looks like the Panzer Grenadiers can move together. Riflemen coming to support as well. The Panzer Grenadiers are sustaining a lot of damage there because they're not in any sort of cover, and even against light cover, the riflemen are behind head cover. The engineers are not pushing forward to support him. And the rifleman squad are falling back a little bit, sustaining quite a bit of fire there. Rifleman squad do full retreat now. Oh, the engineers here will probably get overwhelmed by the Panzer Grenadiers. Getting a great volley there. All the bullets hit their mark. Over here, we got the Jeep pushing its way for the center, eyeing to engage the Kettengrad, trying to support his engineer over here. And this point does get cut off, denying the soon-to-be munitions income. Jeep's making his way forward, trying to hit that Kettengrad. Getting some good damage at point-blank range. And getting some great damage there onto that Kettengrad. He has not responded just yet, and also rotated the Jeep around, so he's ready to pursue it. Kettengrad's trying to push his way forward, trying to tie the Jeep up and while the Panzer Grenadiers getting some good damage in, but he does force him back, saving his Kettengrad with that maneuver. These engineers are kept with a munitions point, as the Jeep is going to make his way back. Could get his engine snared relatively soon. There are 2 Panzer Grenadiers here. If it gets the engine snared, then he is dead. 2 rifleman squads here and an engineer pushing the way forward. Jeep will be repaired up by the engineers, as the rifleman squad does get inside this garrison, but will be fighting against 2 Panzer Grenadiers, 3 Panzer Grenadiers. And this rifleman squad is falling on back, and this Grenadier squad is falling back as well. Rifleman squad is being focused down quite a bit by these Panzer Grenadiers. Over here, we've got the G40 squad forcing back the engineers. And these Rifleman squad could get wiped out. They're severely wounded as Jeep dancing around, sort of knocking all these forces around, including his own riflemen. Wait, there's a lot of models there. Is there more than one model squad there?
Defensive operations.
Wait, that really wounded rifleman squad had 3 models still remaining. I thought it was just 1 model, but there's actually 3 models remaining left on that squad. Jeez. These Panzer Grenadiers are falling on back. as this Panzer Grenadier squad, it will be overran by this Rifleman squad. Trying to stop the capture there, but was unsuccessful. Rifleman will either recapture that point as these Engineers have captured more and more points on the left side.
Fire!
Welcome to our Schützenturm. Squad has finished building. Ready to deploy.
Fresh Kampfgriff's company has been deployed on out.
Orders coming. Form up. Go ahead, sir. Ready to move.
And both these Panzer Grenadiers pushing their way forward, currently unupgraded. The G43 squad is protecting the Kaliningrad. As this
Americans
Rifleman
are
squad does manage to get inside this
sector.
garrison, but there's only 2 windows on the side. But you've got these windows also potentially firing as well. Fresh G43s have been deployed on out, as this Rifleman squad is also advanced as well. He's trying to push these Panzer Grenadiers models around. The Jeep has taken quite a bit of abuse, but he does manage to win the engagement there.
The enemy is seizing our territory.
He's getting some good hits there onto that Rifleman. These Riflemen starting to make their advance with the support of a Flamer Engineer. This Rifleman squad will likely get overwhelmed by the Panzer Grenadiers. The Flamer squad could try hopping the building themselves. Engineers do hop inside the building, while the Riflemen do back out, getting some great AoE damage there. G43 squad is going to be forced back very quickly. As this Rifleman squad is quite wounded, but has still a handful of models. The Engineer squad does fall back, losing a couple models there, as well as the Panzer Grenadiers make their way forward towards this cutoff point. And he will manage to capture that point behind this stone wall. Jeep is getting repaired on up. We do have a triage center.
Forward supply
No
lines are
supply
broken.
yard yet. Oh, looks like they're hitting this Engineer squad. The Engineer squad did receive a bit of fire. On the right side, we got this Panzer Grenadier making their way forward. Rifleman squad eyeing for some light cover here.
Target secured. No contact. Ready for order.
And we got this Panzer Grenadier eyeing to back off to some of that heavy cover there. This one has a mix of heavy and light cover as the Jeep and Rifleman make their advance. There is a Flamer squad here, and he's trying to knock around these Panzer Grenadiers with his Jeep, trying to get them out of heavy cover there. But there's 3 more Panzer Grenadiers here, and there's only 1 Rifleman. The Engineer squad does get focused down. This is not a Flamer squad as well. The Rifleman squad will get overwhelmed. Got the 222 now advancing as well. Rifleman squad will be falling on back. This fresh Rifleman squad is advancing, trying to have some heavy cover, but does get ripped apart there by the autocannon.
Unit neutralized.
The Jeep is now making its way back.
Target neutralized.
And over here, we do have the Kaliningrad capture some points, very nice. Overall, significantly better field control coming out by the Panzer Elite player. Even soon to get this cutoff point once again. We have a motor pool. Motor pool's being built. Looks like there's all 3 engineers trying to build it up.
Infantry contact.
We may see, there may be sticky bomb research, but maybe not.
Ready for complete order.
And the armor car will manage to fall back. Did see quite a bit of fire there from the 30 cal emplacements.
Target secured. No contact.
Contact. Infantry.
Armor car still kiting away, trying to get some repairs on in, but the Riflemen are preventing that, but they're getting ripped apart from it either
The
way.
Yankees are grabbing our territory.
Armor car is pushing the way forward once again. Jeep is going to be knocking around those Panzer Grenadiers, but there's 5 squads of Panzer Grenadiers in this region. All of his Panzer Grenadiers are in this region. 1 engineer can go around, capture the points along the right side of the map. Flavor squads pushing the way forward. Does get suppressed there by the G43 squad. The other squad is falling back as well. Severely wouldn't make it wiped out there, as Jeep is being pursued as well. A Jeep itself may go down. The Rifleman squad trying to fall back. Got fresh Rifleman and another Flamer Engineer who's not fully reinforced to make their advance. Jeep casting quite a bit of fire. Does go down there.
We have gained the momentum on the field.
The Flamer squad will manage to fall back in time. Okay. There's no Hetzler still. What is the joke behind that? Am I missing something? There's no Hetzlers deployed. Did he get 4 G43s? Oh wait, that was always had him selected. No Doctrine selected by either side, although the US player may have selected Doctrine. No, there's only 3 G43s, so I must be missing something. He must be trolling.
We have gained the ability to instruct the troops on tank awareness.
He has gone for a
Americans
Tank
are
Hunter
seizing
Doctrine
tech.
now, and the US player has
Supply lines are broken.
may have
We
gotten a
territory
Doctrine.
cut off from supply.
Looks like there's one command point missing, but I'm not sure what he's gone for. Armor Car's making his advance, trying to get some good damage in.
We have the point, and we're damn well gonna keep it.
Hunter's making way forward, does suppress down that Flamer Engineers, preventing any sort of additional damage there. And Rifleman trying to tangle with that armor car. They're getting some good damage in, does get the damage engine. There may be a sticky bomb available, as G43 is now making their advance. And the armor car will get focused down there by the Rifleman.
Enemy unit down.
Maybe some bars could be useful when dealing with all these kinds of grenadiers, but we've got 2 G40 STG squads now.
Supply lines are broken. Armored company are fast cut off from supply.
Armor company is now available.
Base is under enemy fire.
Engineers taking hits!
Losing a victory
Someone
point.
wreck
We are
Greyhound?
losing a victory point.
Gassed up and good to go.
Fresh Greyhound, which will be useful in engaging these infantry squads. We do
Supply
have a
lines are
mortar
broken.
half-track
We have
here,
territory cut
and a
off
light
from
ATF
supply.
track as well. The Greyhound, not Greyhound, 222 has gone down as we saw earlier. And light ATF track may be able to push. Oh no, the light ATF track's on the wrong side.
Supply lines are broken.
He may be able to get a wipe there on this squad. Does get a good damage, destroyed injured there from the light ATF track. And does get fully immobilized there, being repaired up by the engineers. I don't think the light ATF track could win this fight, but the Greyhound's rolling some misses as well.
Driver, dummy up!
If both of these engineers
Who wants it?
repairs, but nope, goes to the mortar half track getting some additional damage
Being
and
reported.
does win him the fight.
Moving up! 57 crew, ready for orders.
57mm has been deployed and out. Placing on some placing down these tank tracks could be very useful in preventing the light TF track from rotating everywhere, but he's probably not going to deploy any vehicles anytime soon, so it's not going to be all too useful unless denying future 222s, which there are currently no more additional 222s.
Get your kit form up.
SDG squads making their advance. Currently,
We
the
have
Kansas League
300
player has
points
still
left.
all 500 tickets. And getting some great damage there onto that Rifleman. It looks like he will perhaps get a full wipe
Infantry
there.
squad reporting casualties.
He does get the full wipe on that Rifleman squad, able to run him down. And it looks like to play out some wire as well. Destroys the wire there with the light ATF track. Destroys the wire with the light ATF track. Oh, they're starting to rebuild the wire now. They may need to repair some of that tank traps there. And the fact that one of his models managed to escape on through there, that is not a full wire there. There's actually a gap there for his own infantry. And that means his opponent's infantry as well. And he does manage to run over that wire with the light ATF track as well. Even though that's not really needed. Ooh, good mortar hit there, getting a lot of damage. He will go and fall back from it.
Engineers have taken a point.
SCGs are making their advance.
We're losing ground out there.
And these G43s are set up in a forward position. Looks like they're going to try to set up a base contain against the US player. US player pulling out a support weapon center, eyeing for some snipers. Kenigrad even captured that point as well. No more additional 222s. Still has the mortar half track and light ATF track.
Enemy unit down.
And Kenigrad does go down to the M180 gun.
Supply lines are broken.
No snipers just
Territory
yet.
cut off from supply.
On the left side, they got the engineers. Flamer engineers pushing way forward. We'll find the STG Panzer Grenadiers. And it looks like the
Our
Flamer
forces are
squad will
taking
get fully
casualties.
wiped there.
Hostiles in the compound. Base is under attack.
Let's see, casting the GG. Light TF track. Oh, just hitting those tank traps. Riflemen and engineers make their way forward.
Allies are down to 200 points.
As the SG squads make their advance, they probably will get overwhelmed by the fire from the allies. Barracks receiving quite a bit of hits there from the mortar half track. And looks like the replay has ended. This is Aaron Grade saying thank you for watching and signing off. And on to the next replay. And here we go. Ugh. Greetings everyone, and Grade here with another Company Heroes 1 replay. Spawn on the north side, who's not moving. We have too many hacking trash. Spawn on the south side, as is the other Panzer Elite ally, we have Spanky. Spawn their opponent as US player, we have Roos. And spawning as his teammate, who's gone for support weapon center, we have 9, 8, 5, 9, 9, 5, 3, 6, 9, 7. A lot of 9s. There's 4 9s, 2 5s. A lot of repeating numbers, to say the least.
We await your command.
And he has not moved just yet either. A bit of a late response. So that late response could do in our team right side, but the southern team, the allies, have not pushed up north, so Yellow does have a respite for the time being. And now the Kaliningrad is going to be capturing this fuel point here. So this Panzer Grenadier has been deployed out. Another Panzer Grenadier likely being deployed out as well. Engineers making their advance. Does spot the Kaliningrad, making some good damage in.
Infantry section ready to move out. Taking enemy fire.
And the Kaliningrad is backing away a little bit. Jeep is advancing, getting some good damage there on the Kaliningrad. Trying to capture the rest of that fuel point, but he will likely lose the Kaliningrad at the current rate, sustain quite a bit of fire. Camouflage ability activates, so he's gone for lift off ground forces, and that should. But the thing is, the Jeep's also a spotter as well. The Jeep may still be able to get the kill there on the Kaliningrad, but the Jeep is on a bit of a ring around the rosy, seeing a lot of extra damage there. We'll be falling back up north as the Pentagon is making an advance. Both the engineers are down south. And the Kaliningrad will be... does get the decapture there. Very nasty. And Engineer Squad will get fully wiped there. The Jeep starting to make its way forward. The stealth Kaliningrad does get spotted there. This Jeep has been reinforced by another Jeep. And the Kaliningrad does get engine damage. The other one is going to be pursuing it. It's wounded, but it's still very much alive. And there goes that Jeep. This Jeep here will not get the kill on the Kaliningrad. Manages to camouflage in time. He's going to start immediately. It's good to have one squad repair it while one squad catches up. A third Jeep has rolled on up. Are they all from the same player? Oh yeah, I think I seen a different replay where he went for like triple or quadruple Jeep. Well, it's actually quite unusually successful, but has not been able to take out this Kaliningrad either.
Destroyed another enemy vehicle.
And that Kaliningrad managed to barely stay alive, largely thanks to the camouflage ability. This Jeep is a little bit wounded. Engineers push the way forward. Again, just stop suiciding against the Kaliningrad. It's not worth it sometimes. And looks like one of the players have backed out of the game. This US player has backed out of the game.
Kampfgruppe Leer can now use incendiary grenades.
I'm not so sure. Bunch of MGs, I guess. Yeah, this game's just not much. Ah, well. Yeah, I just look at the replay time remaining. So yeah, this replay was a junk replay. Yep, this replay is pretty much done over with. I look at it, it's going to go on for 1 minute and that's it. It's just, the game's over already. Not worth the time. On to the next replay, an actual replay, hopefully. Sorry about that. Never know if the replay is any good or not. I tried to look at the file size, but because of 2v2s, the file size is much bigger, so I probably looked at the file size and it looked like a 1v1, decent size, but I was mistaken. Greetings everyone, and Grade here with another Company Heroes 1 replay. Spawn on the north side as the US player, we have V Survivis? Vivius? I have no idea. It's from the south side as the Wehrmacht player of Salo. Or Salo. Even a 4-letter word I have trouble pronouncing. Engineers deploying out of barracks. No additional engineer squad down south. We do not have any additional pioneers. And we've got, of course, the Wehrmacht quarters. Pretty much standard from both sides. And he's also immediately deploying out a rifleman. This point does not actually appear to be capturing. There it goes. Now it's actually capturing. This engineer squad is going straight to the VP or for this fuel point. Sort of hard to tell, but I think it's actually heading to that fuel point. Schimwagen has been deployed on out. Rifleman about ready to be deployed as well. Looks like we got a Jeep being deployed on out by the barracks. A Jeep versus Schimwagen, pretty standard. And now we do have the engineers pushing way forward. Schimwagen is gaining some good damage there on... actually, got no damage on the rifleman so far. So far, the rifleman's so far untouched. Has finally received some damage there, but the Schimwagen has seen a bit more in return. Engineers, US engineers captured the right side of the map as the left side engineers are capturing that munitions point. Perhaps eyeing for this fuel point next, or perhaps trying to engage these forces. 2 Pioneers are here, so there's a lot of repairs for the Schimwagen. It does manage to capture up that point now. Over here, we've got the Jeep advancing.
Ready. Take it ahead.
And now getting some nice engagement on this MG42 before it gets deployed. Does still knock around the MG42, preventing it from being set on up. Very nice. MG42 will now be set on up, does lose the gunner immediately, and he's facing against the wrong direction as well. And it looks like the MG42 will get decrewed there. Very nice. And does recruit the MG42 with his Pioneers.
Enemy unit down.
Takes up the MG42, completely wipes it. Ups. I think maybe it meant oops, maybe? Volksgrenadiers are making their advance, making some good damage there onto the Jeep. Riflemen could stick to this light cover to engage them.
They're firing on us!
Nope, they're just backing away to that heavy cover. Very nice. Volksgrenadiers getting knocked around a little bit by the Jeep. Very good engagement and allow the riflemen to get some good damage in. And, oh. Looks like the Wehrmacht player has back to the game. 2 not so replays and a good replays in a row. Sometimes you just don't get good options. That was definitely a brag replay. We do have 2 notable people still, and hopefully that this replay will be much better. So far I'm striking out today. Greetings everyone, and Grade here with another Company Heroes 2-1 replay. Spawn on the bottom left side as the Wehrmacht player, we have Integral Swede. Spawn on the right side as the US player, we have Green Beret.
Is ready. We're engaging the enemy. Do you need any construction?
And Wehrmacht quarters being deployed, barracks being deployed, so pretty standard. Though it's not uncommon you see the second squad actually building the barracks or Wehrmacht's quarters. Both sides heading to their own munitions point before heading towards a fuel point. No additional pioneers. No additional engineers. And we do have immediate motorcycle being deployed on out. Over here, likely our rifleman squad. I don't believe it's going to be a Jeep. It might going to be one of these times. After saying that, it's going to be very likely going to be a Jeep. Because I always guess wrong with these things. Nope, it is a rifleman squad. We probably will potentially see a Jeep after this point. Munitions point and fuel point being captured. Likely, we'll probably see a Jeep if he spots the motorcycle relatively soon as well.
Let's find some Americana.
Motorcycle does spot the engineers. Very nice. Engineers charging forward. And the motorcycle's going by. Try to knock them around a little bit as well. He does manage to get out of the range of the engineers, and he will prevent this point from being captured up. Volksgrenadiers have been deployed on out. We do have a Jeep coming to rapidly respond against this motorcycle. Engineers are trying to stall out for the Jeep. Motorcycle pushes his way forward. Noticing he's not fully retreating, he must have could infer that there's going to be a Jeep deployed very soon. And perhaps by the time he realizes that, there's already a Jeep now shooting at him. Motorcycle being pursued. There are Volksgrenadiers here. Probably a little bit too early for a Panzerfaust as well.
Yes, sir.
Volksgrenadiers making their advance. down south. We have the riflemen now advancing.
The Yankees are grabbing our
And we do
territory.
have the Volksgrenadier, first squad of Volksgrenadier now deployed on out. We likely will see another squad of riflemen very soon. Over here, we do have the Jeep rolling around, knocking around these engineers. And this Jeep is in hot response. You even get a bit of a hop there, like it was a Halo Warthog. And he gets a nice body block there. He could not advance. So he does manage to get a easy motorcycle kill right there. Very, very... Is that luck or skill? Honestly, I can't really tell. If it was me, it would definitely be luck. For him, probably skill. Riflemen make their advance. Volksgrenadier could potentially get the kill there onto the Jeep. It looks like he has spent some munitions as well. He has less munitions last time I checked, so he may have deployed a landmine somewhere out on the map. We got a rifleman squad in this building as well. This Volksgrenadier is trying to pursue that Jeep, getting some good damage there onto the engineers as well. The engineers could potentially get wiped out. Does get damaged engine there. Now just needs to run it down. The other Volksgrenadier coming to support as well. Firing some shots along the low ground. And he likely will get the kill there on the Jeep. The Jeep does go down. Now the rifleman squad has advanced and needs to get back to this hay pile to get some heavy cover there. Deploy out some sandbags there. Not to engage down south, but to engage anything that advances up from the bottom. Engage whatever's coming from the east. Riflemen, however, two squads of riflemen here, mostly behind heavy cover there, while this guy's a mix of light cover. Volksgrenadier squad is falling back. We've got these squads pushing forward, and that must be the landmine. I know there was a landmine that was deployed due to the munitions going down at one point in time. So, the US player did find that landmine. Volksgrenadier on their tree path. Should be able to keep on out of there thanks to support of the MG42. And the riflemen are still behind this heavy cover, trying to engage the Volksgrenadiers. Volksgrenadiers are first sniper on the field. Pioneers being upgraded to the Flamer. They are behind heavy cover as well. Getting some great damage there onto the Volksgrenadiers. Riflemen may get the wipe there on that Volksgrenadier squad. The Pioneers, however, do get a model drop there and does not save the Riflemen in time. Flamer has been deployed out. May get inside this shed or barn. It's a mix of both. And does fire some flames from the second story window. Probably not a good idea to fire that from inside of a wooden building. But sometimes you have to do what you have to do. It's sort of like trying to fire a Panzerschreck or any sort of rocket handheld rocket or recoilless rifle in your hand from inside of a building. It will kill you. Because the backblast and the pressure wave can kill everything around you if you're not careful. Another sniper shot there, very nice. Rifleman squad are falling on back. US Flamer engineers making their advance. Down south we got the MG42. Only one Volksgrenadier remains. And the Pioneer does get to be captured there, not throwing his own Flamer burst into the engineer. Could have been actually a good opportunity because they were quite bunched up.
Laid as ordered.
Next battle phase has been selected. We'll be able to pull out some grenadiers, anti-tank guns, and what else was that in that building? I'm drawing a blank for some odd reason. Either way, we've got the grenadiers getting suppressed there by the MG42. And the MG42 is going to be packing on up, trying to eye for that garrison.
Cowards attack our
Rifleman just the way forward, getting some good damage there onto the Volksgrenadiers. Does utilize the medical crates there, the med packs. And the MG42 is still trying to set on up. Once it gets set on up, you will be able to win the game with no problem. That squad does not get suppressed, does get suppressed right there. The defense crew trying to get some good damage there on this flanking squad. Volksgrenadier trying to push its way forward, trying to engage this wood squad here. Does hop in that garrison as well. The cutoff point has been captured along the right side of the map for the US player. He may get the wipe there on that Rifleman squad, but with the Greyhound in the region, probably not. Armored scores have been researched. Does roll a miss there. Now the medical crates are still being activated, so he's getting some health regen.
Forward supply lines are broken.
He's going in deep, that's for sure. And without that Kriegsberg, he has no way to pull out 8 tank guns. He needs to focus down that Pioneer to stop
They have lost it.
that building from being deployed. But the other Volksgrenadier has gone down. He may just want to pull out a regular Grenadier. I know he needs to get out 18 tank gun. This is not looking good for the Wehrmacht player.
Americans are seizing territory from us.
He's pretty far away from manpower to getting out, like, say, stormtroopers for Panzerx as well. Another good hit there. Starting to be reinforced now.
One of our sectors has been cut off.
Volksgrenadiers ready for inspection.
Our base is under attack.
Let's get another model drop there. May want to deploy the MG42 so it doesn't fully go down.
Attention.
He's constantly reinforcing that MG42. If you got a landmine on the retreat path, he may go for another one here. Does lose the MG42 entirely.
Supply lines are broken.
He does spot there's nothing being deployed out by the Kriegsberg, but he just may stick around there. There you go. There's a Pack 38 now being deployed on now. This cutoff point has been captured for quite some time. Does get a nice landmine detonation there, though the MG42 does get decrewed there. There's another landmine right here as well, and it does throw out some wire. Pioneer tangling out with the engineers. Both sides getting some good damage in, and there goes that U.S. engineer. Gets the fuel tank detonated. May find the landmine in return. No, he does avoid the landmine. We may see some Panzerfaust here. Does play out an anti-tank mine on top of the Kriegsberg. He must have spotted that.
They're hitting our base.
Does get a Panzerfaust there. Main gun destroyed. So he's fired off both his Panzerfausts, if not 3 of them. That 50 cal is still problematic, and there's still that landmine right there. Hopefully this other one gets a minesweeper. Does get some rear arm hits there, just killing the gunner. Sniper is also falling back, as well as the MG42. Oh, he detonated the landmine. That's what happened as well. Does take out the Greyhound with a penetrating bullet. Landmine's still right here. The tickets are actually dead even as well.
They
And we
have
do.
lost a unit.
Ooh, that
Forward
was
supply lines are broken.
a Pioneer, but not the Minesweeper or the Flamer, or a Flamer. He's starting to salvage the wreckage. Very nice, getting some munitions, as much needed munitions. You can deploy out some stormtroopers. So if you know what doctrine he's gone for, it looks like infantry doctrine as well. So we got both infantry versus blitzkrieg. Oh, that fully goes out of control. Was he damaged? I thought the landmines don't take them all one hit. He must have been damaged. And that is a really big kill there, because losing both the Greyhounds means they're on relatively equal footing. Yeah, he has 3 riflemen and 1 engineer. He's pulling out a support weapon center now, likely for a counter sniper, going for a fresh Greyhound as well. Let's switch over the Wehrmacht player. Stu has been deployed on now, so we got the first self-propelled gun. So he's going down the Tiger line. And getting some good flamer bursts there onto the rifleman. Stu fires a shot there. Rifleman down the one last mall that need to do a full retreat there. Flamer Pioneers may get fully wiped there. Let's switch back to the... Does go fully down there. The US player does have his Greyhound, which can engage a Stu, but both of them not really super effective against each other.
Upgrade complete.
It's built.
Do got a landmine here. Does find the rifleman for a brief shot. Does, of course, miss.
Front shifting.
And these engineers will need to fall back. They're going to get overwhelmed by these Volksgrenadiers, and Sniper did pitch a shot as well. US Sniper on the build pew.
Ready for order.
Greyhound has been upgraded with armored skirts.
Hell yeah.
And one Panzerfaust does connect.
Rifle squad has the objective. We're all reinforced. All arms fire!
Ooh, finds a landmine there, pinning that Volksgrenadier. The Rifleman squad will need to fall back.
Let's put some fear in.
Looks like he's going to try to stall out, allow the sniper advance. The Wehrmacht sniper is right here. It does manage to get some wire off right there. Though this one may not be fully built, the Greyhound will be able to crush that wire, no problem.
We did it. We got him. Target is gone.
Stu and Greyhound engaging at close range. He does find the sniper there. Stu, however, does get a good hit there onto the Greyhound. And does get a full body block there on the sniper, but does roll up some misses there. 50 cal trying to get some good hits there. Let's go and pursue that
Enemy
sniper.
unit
Does
down.
take out the sniper.
Won't be sneaking around no more.
The US sniper has been spotted there. It's 0 kills, but does find a landmine there, fully going down.
Taking casualties.
Those landmines have been on point against those Greyhounds.
Rifle squad has the objective.
But now the Stu is in the region. May find this landmine. Does have an M1AT gun being deployed now. Does avoid that landmine. Rifleman looks like they don't have a sticky bomb available. And good hit there on the Rifleman. And
Sniper killed
the
in
sniper gets crushed by a Stu. Oh. He must have hit a little bit too late with the retreat button. But the Stu does crush the sniper of a bit of luck there. Voids the landmine as well.
Get down. Small arms fire.
Artillery support is now available.
Off my parachutes now available. The Volksgrenadier could trip that landmine, which would be great. Actually, really good for the Wehrmacht player because he does not want the Stu to find that.
57 mil at your service.
57mm has been deployed on out. And now the M1AT gun will fire. Nope, will not fire another shot. Or a shot. Rifleman here needs to fall back. He may retreat, exit the building, and find this landmine. He does find the landmine there with the MG42. That was actually really lucky for the Wehrmacht player. Finds the landmine there with a rifleman, and that's not good for the US player. And now these Volksgrenadiers can get some great damage there on this rifleman. All of these riflemen squad needs to fall back. They're all severely wounded. Stu has received one AT gun shot, but that can be buffed out.
Our front lines are collapsing.
Tis just a scratch. Lucy has gone for level 1 production.
Our supply lines are being threatened.
It's trying to destroy some of these hedges. Very nice. Apparently the AT gun is better at that than the Stu. Ah, he doesn't even have a triage center. Oof. These guys need a medic.
Engineer squad ready.
He will find this Minesweeper squad, and the Minesweeper squad, of course, won't be able to do much versus the engineers. Deploy out some more wire, very nice. Without the Greyhound nearby to crush it, it would be hard to deal with them. And it looks like all these hedges do manage to go down. Very nice. Sniper may... No, that's out of range of the
Taking one of our
sniper.
points.
Pretty close. The sniper probably cannot see it either because the sniper's range is farther than his vision range.
Supply lines are broken. We have territory cut off from supply.
And he will find these wire there, preventing any sort of advancement, but does destroy it with the AT gun there, giving him a bit of an opening there. I forgot that you could use the AT gun on that.
The Axis hold the initiative.
MG42 is, however, set up in a great position there. Any bit of hole he makes is going to be easy suppression. He does have enough for off-map power shoot, so
We're losing ground out there.
next time he advances, he can call it in and remove that MG setup. We do got a half-track here for forward reinforcements. And Fuzz... Oh, no, the sniper does not get the kill there, being flinched by the nearby sniper shot.
We're all reinforced.
Oh, that's sort of a bad idea. You know how close that other sniper is. MG42 down to one last model. He's going to have to use his own sniper to finish it off. Not worth the alpha map power to shoot. Decide to fully
Supply
retreat it
lines are
back. Does
broken.
not get
We have
reinforced.
territory cut off from supply.
The Volkswagen here is using some fire there. It does load up the, I think, the sniper in the back of the half track. On the left side, Stu's pushing forward, forcing back the engineers. We got also the pioneers ready to capture that point as well. Fresh motorcycle eyeing for some counter
We're
sniping
losing a munitions
operations.
point.
Now we can get the wounded. We're all reinforced.
Volkswagen here behind some light cover. Sniper is
Losing a
still
victory point. We are losing
in
a
full
victory
fire
point.
state. Both snipers trying to eye for each other. US sniper may be eyeing a shot down the Volksgrenadiers. Stu's making his way forward. AT gun does roll and miss on the Stu, though he may not have been trying to hit him. Stu does roll and miss there, hitting that shed. Volksgrenadier and motorcycle trying to make an advance. Does avoid the sniper there. No sticky bomb just yet. Followed by power shoot raining on in over here. Not sure if it had anything important. US sniper still in the region. 18 gun does go down there. He may be trying to recruit with his rifleman squad. He does get a good hit there, getting some serious damage there onto the engineers. Motorcycle still in the region. Next shoe shot does connect, getting some great hits there, immediately decrewing the AT gun. Another Stu shot. And we've got the US player has casted the GG. And he has backed out of the game now. Oof.
Got down to 300 points.
Even though the game was over, still a lot of explosions off two
Operation
shots.
Support. We are losing a
Yeah, this is Angrade saying thank you for watching and signing off. Yep. AI took over. Yep, pretty much the end of the game. Or it was the end of the game. Blah. Not so sure what that file means. I think all the Greyhounds exploding to landmines. I think he lost all three of those to landmines, basically. And now we do have a Brick versus Panzer Elite. Greetings everyone, and Grade here with another Company Wars 1 replay. Spawn on the north side as the British forces, we have Freestyler. Spawn on the south side as the Panzer Elite player, we have QAQ.
Send your message.
Intersection eyeing for the cutoff point. Usually people would send the intersection to capture a sector that he's planning to set on up. Maybe that's the sector he's trying to set on up. But likely he's probably going to set up on probably on this fuel point here, I'm assuming. Could be on this munitions point. I doubt it's going to be on this munitions point.
We're waiting for orders.
Could be for this munitions point here as well. You can set that back nice and far back. And it'd be a great sector for the captain as well. So actually, perhaps setting it up right around here wouldn't be half bad.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Lieutenant has one out, going to capture the left side of the map. Of course, against the British, we do have 2 Kaliningrads eyeing to capture up the map quite quickly. First Panzer Grenadier has been pulling out, going for the Kampfgruppe Company, likely going for a infantry half-track black.
We're good to go, sir.
Trying to stop the capture there, does stop the capture there. Very nasty.
Bloody hell. Oh, look at that. Oh, that piece of fuel depot captured.
You'll be capturing this cutoff point now. The munition sector has not been claimed. Going for this cutoff point now. Lieutenant has retreated back, which will retreat back to here, allow him to capture quickly, move over here. So that's how this capping order works. Going around for another knock around. This model, I believe, is the one capturing up the sector. And does not get the decapture there.
I've never been in a left-hand drive.
And he has captured the sector now. Where's that HQ truck? The HQ truck is set up on the cutoff point here. And we're packing it up. He wanted to get out that other infantry section as soon as possible.
Right, cover that point.
Right, chaps, fire her up.
Point captured.
Looks like he's pushed his way forward over here.
6 ready. We have our orders, lads.
And there you go. He has set up on this sector now. Maybe he could have pushed it back a little bit farther over here or closer to at least get some coverage over here, because for now he's going to be retreating back in open line of sight. Now the infantry section is being pulled, and now he's getting his 3rd infantry section. No Bren carriers either. We do have some people deployed out by this truck now, or HQ. It is an infantry half-track. And I got a fresh Panzer Grenadier as well. Has he already gotten a G43 squad? Yes, this squad has already been upgraded with G43s. This one's pretty close to G43s as well. He's going to load up on the back of this one now. Scope rifles moving its way forward. Does get a nice, was that designated marksman? No, that couldn't have been. Another model does go down. Another intersection to make its advance. Needs an eye for this heavy cover there. Because it's slow assault, they can't respawn all too quickly. It does have some suppression there onto the scope rifle squad. Because the infantry half-track does provide suppression there. It does fall back that squad as a relatively short retreat path. And that squad does get suppressed as well. Might as well fall back now. Gotta have another infantry section engaged in the infantry half-track. Good damage coming out onto this infantry section, however. Infantry half-track pushes his way forward. Gets some big damage there. Infantry half-track is getting tied up. That's clearly she's trying to move it, but it's not being successful moving it. The infantry half-track may actually go down to the infantry section. Damage engine there does bail out. Does get reinforcements there. Does lose. Get some damage there. Does lose 2 models there. Panzer Grenadier is falling back as well. Getting both of these would be great. The scope rifle, the unscoped rifle squad does have the lieutenant nearby. It does not manage to hunt down that infantry half-track. Focusing on that Panzer Grenadier was a horrible mistake. More intersections pursuing forward with the support of a lieutenant. Lieutenant is actually not firing for some odd reason as well.
Germans are
Not
trying
sure
to
why.
secure our patrol dump.
Kaliningrad's still capturing out multiple points, very nice. But this infantry half-track able to recover. We also got some Luftwaffe squads deploying now, so we know what doctrine he's gone for. Both the 2 infantry half-tracks, these guys are going to be assault squads. Kaliningrad's going around capturing some points, and he's going to use the Luftwaffe forces for additional repairs and things of that sort. Oof, he gets interrupted building these trenches. He's going to maintain building it. He's talking to one of the players here. I'm not sure which player it is. Infantry half-track has been loading up with the Luftwaffe ground forces as well. Casualties being recovered there. We do have a field support truck reporting out. Lieutenant getting ripped apart. It doesn't get that point decaptured either, and that is actually a cutoff point. This cutoff point has been decaptured, but with this cutoff point here, he's able to maintain his income. Thought I heard a landmine detonation as well, but that doesn't seem correct because there's no sappers just yet, nor teller mines available whatsoever since we see the Luftwaffe forces. He doesn't need to fully capture that fuel point, but the Kenningrad's pushing the way forward. Aircraft makes its advance as well. Will be bodying block, trying to knock away these scope rifles. Does get full suppression there. It does knock away the decapture. He actually may lose his squad entirely. Late response there. Kenningrad's capturing that fuel point now. Over here, we got the Brent squad. Try to go. That was actually, it has two Brent squads. How does scuttle that trench as well? He's going to keep this one here just in case he wants to use it. Scope rifle squad is severely wounded. Casualty clearing station is deployed now. He may need to use the healing. He has a fresh lieutenant here. Lieutenant needs to back away. He also needs to get some healing there. Lieutenant does actually go down. And a senior grenade has been thrown right there. Very nice. Could use the casualty clearing station just to get some more health regen. A lot of these forces are quite wounded. Get some health regen in combat can be quite useful. Gain some great damage onto the intersections. The intersections are not looking all too great, honestly. Does get a fresh squad here. This infantry half-track has received quite a bit of fire there. And this G43 squad is behind heavy cover as well. The hay bale's a little bit burnt up. G43 squad does fall back, just leaving the Luftwaffe forces that are down with 2 mauls in the back. And this squad here as well. Both of these are quite battered and bruised. Has actually gone to accuracy of the squad that on the half-track. That may have been a mistake. Because I've only ever seen defense on those, and it makes sense for defense. Most of the damage comes from the guys in the back. And you can see here, double defense on the squad as well. Does get a repair sapper out, which can be very useful. He gets out with Stewart. Mortar half-track has deployed now. Still, Kettengrad does get spotted there, trying to body block these guys around. Does go down, however.
Enemy vehicle has been knocked out.
Damaged engine on the squad as well. Just trying to pursue it. Could see a button to help lock it down. Pulls back with those 2 wounded squads. And since he's his own sector, remember this sector is actually captured by him, he doesn't have any slowdown effect. Double accuracy on the infantry half-track. Unusual, but could be very useful. It does not get the kill on the half-track, which is a big mistake. I would have stuck around a little bit longer. Currently, the Panzer League player says all 500 tickets has overhealed the triage center. At this point, well, he does have to be worried about that mortar half-track, but a Bofors wouldn't entirely be half bad just to stop those infantry half-tracks pushing the way forward. Getting much needed healing. He has currently 4 squads deployed on out. 1 more casualty for a free squad as well. Maybe deploy out a squad in a slit trench. Does deploy out another lieutenant. He actually lost all of his previous ones. Mortar half-track now receiving some fire from these infantry units.
Reporting a petrol dump under attack.
Up north we do have this Captain Grad captured the point.
NCOs reporting they have destroyed a German target.
Let's take out the Kettengrad there as well, so both Kettengrads are now down.
Cover that point. Taking fire!
These forces starting to make their advance, getting some good damage in. Blech. Both Bren guns are here. May get a button on one of these half tracks, but the double accuracy, not really that great, honestly. He has loaded up with the Luftwaffe squad on the back of it, but there's only one model currently firing at the moment. Actually, there's another squad loaded on the back of it as well. Damage into there onto that infantry half track. May get it taken out, but he has sustained quite a bit of losses there. Just throwing a little bit too much in this one region. Infantry half track is being repaired on up, but doesn't go down thanks to those repairs. Now we've got a verbal wind deployed on out. Do we have a Bofors 17-pounder or Piets? Does get another infantry section there from the casualty clearing station, but that's about it. Deploying out some split trenches would be useful holding up, stalling out. Split trench has received a bit of fire there. Another casualty being recovered. And that's an overheal white bar, not a squad waiting. Does have another sapper squad, has been uploaded with Piets, could throw that inside the half in the trench. Both of them get direct hits there on the verbal end.
Our front lines are collapsing.
We do have the infantry track over here engaging the scope rifle squad. We will need to fall back relatively soon. These forces are all quite wounded, more casualties being recovered. Piet's still ringing in. The Piet squad is getting quite wounded. G43 squad inside this garrison, but will likely get overwhelmed. Piet's rained on in on top of the Luftwaffe forces, but not on the verbal end.
Our 4 Churchills are under our command.
He can deploy out some Churchills. He doesn't really have the manpower for it. If he would have deployed one out immediately, that would have been great, but right at this point in time, he doesn't have a manpower for it. He needs, what, 600? Yeah. Which is a tall order. Let's go ahead and scuttle the trench there, though. The trench may have been outright destroyed. That one-man squad is severely wounded. And he may not mind to reinforce it because he wants the manpower for a Churchill. And maybe trying to get some casualties there, but its medic models are actually going down. All of his medic models down, so he won't be covering any casualties anytime soon. Piet's pushing way forward. We got a Bren captured by that Luftwaffe force, Luftwaffe squad. Multiple hits there, getting some great hits there with the Piets. Barber is making his advance, still quite wounded. Oh! It looks like it lost a Bren squad there, or maybe just dropped off Bren, but that was a deadly mortar half-track hit. There's some casualties, there's a lot of casualties, but there's no medic models. He is desperate for that Churchill. The Churchill will be very effective in his opponent's current composition. There's no light AT track either. Churchill has been deployed now. That's a Kettengrad. That's another Kettengrad. So he has redeployed his Kettengrads. And now we do have an infantry half track still there. And still no additional medic models. So he missed out on a lot of casualties thanks to his mortars raining on in. Vorbowen still quite wounded. Churchill has no contest. These are retarget sources of Vorbowen, or in all these light vehicles. Rolls they missed there with the Churchill.
Troops are now able to fortify defensive positions.
So he's able to deploy fortified defense positions, which means his emplacements are more resilient.
Churchill is holding on the RV coordinates.
Of course, he won't be able to call in that Churchill until he has enough manpower.
All done over here.
German forces are trying to secure one of our sectors.
Luftwaffe forces are capturing up that point. And Churchill AVRE does get a direct hit there onto that Kettengrad. He does have this fuel support truck on the fuel point. He doesn't really need it on the fuel point. He could back off onto the munitions point. He does need more munitions. He has plenty of fuel. 300 fuel is probably enough for him for the rest of the game. And whatever additional fuel he gets is perfectly fine. We do have a Panzertruck squad deployed on out. Another Kettengrad does go down. Reinvesting those Kettengrads was relatively expensive since they both went down. We do have a 17-pounder being put out, which will be very effective versus these vehicles. P is pushing the way forward, so is the Bren gun. We do have the Vorboen getting some good suppression there onto the infantry section. Does roll a bounce there onto the Vorboen. We do have a Marder deployed on the field. It's one of the few times where the Marder is actually in a good position to be used. Though he does not know about the 17-pounder just yet, the Marder does get another hit there onto the Churchill. Does get the Vorboen button. Churchill is not pushing his way forward to the Vorboen, so the Vorboen looks like a good escape on out there. Does lose the Piet squad entirely to that mortar half-track. That mortar half-track, how many kills does that mortar half-track have? 14 kills. Marder's making his way forward. And there is a casualty over there, so the medic will pick up that casualty, and that may give him a free squad. That if he covers the squad he does get a free squad of infantry sections. Does lose that medic there, but with that one remaining, he of course will get that free squad.
So stay sharp, lads.
Could potentially pick up that Piet. And that's a 17-pounder firing. That's going to be a very, very resilient 17-pounder. I've got a overhealed Churchill tank now. Section reformed, fresh lieutenant as well. Lieutenant. Also, he could stand to use a captain put inside of a trench and leave them in the back line. Flak 88 being deployed on out. He will need to pull out a 25-pounder to help deal with that. That 25-pounder should be in range of that 17-pound or the 17-pounder, not 25-pounder. Flak 88, probably in range of all that stuff. Good mortar hit there. On the left side, we got the scope rifle squad engaged by that infantry half-track. Likely get, yeah, it does get the suppression off there. Second pounder does get a direct hit there on the Flak Irving. Though it looks like the Flak Irving didn't actually sustain any damage there. But the Flak Irving does go down to the 17-pounder. One incendiary grenade was thrown. And the 17-pounder is severely wounded, getting severely wounded by that Flak 88. No additional shots from the Flak 88, but the Flak 88 does receive a Panzertruck shot there. I think designated marksman was deployed there. And he started hitting that Panzertruck squad. Direct hit there onto the scope rifle squad. Does throw a incendiary grenade on top of that group of infantry. Mortar half-track does throw incendiary mortar in as well. Does get the 17-pounder decrewed. Having the 17-pounder here decrewed is not necessarily half bad for the British player, because it'd be harder for the Wehrmacht player to actually, or the Panzer player to automatically kill it. He has to focus it down in person. So perhaps recruit on the, when he does need it, it's probably a good idea. A lot of damage, good damage coming out now by the Flak 88 as well. The Flak Whirlwind is still severely wounded.
I'm trying to raise us!
70-pounder has been recruited. A deadly mortar hit it once again. But casualties are being recovered thanks to the casualty clearing station. Maybe a good idea to save up command points for a triple AVRE at this point in time. But that 70-pounder is now receiving lots of fire. 4 casualties being recovered. Does take out the 17-pounder there. There's a P somewhere on one of these squads. Looks like it's on the Luftwaffe force there. Luftwaffe ground forces. Mortar half track up to 25 kills. That's quite a bit. 70-pounders constantly engaging. Over on the left side, we've got the infantry half track. That is not a damage engine. And we do got a fresh captain out on the field. The captain needs to just stay in the back. Doesn't need to be pushing forward. It affects the entire sector, so just stay in the back and you'll be good to go. Yep, that 70-pounder was quite hit significantly. Now the HQ command truck is now getting hit. He is deploying out his armor command truck. These forces are unable to push on forward. We do, of course, have an incendiary effect there from a mortar, as the Luftwaffe forces are engaging the Churchill poorly, though. Whirlwind and Martyr is pushing its way forward. Martyr pushes its way forward, getting some good hits in. And the HQ command truck has packed on up, backing away slowly. Repair engineers trying to fix it. But another direct hit there. He does spot it there. Thanks to Luftwaffe forces. It's good that he abandoned it because he was not going to get it secured. Martyr does get a good hit there onto the infantries. And the Whirlwind getting some good damage across the line. He will does full retreat there. Setting up the HQ on the cutoff point. And the Churchill trying to get some good hits there onto these forces, but the Martyr getting some good long-range hits, but they're mostly just bouncing. We do got a command tank pulling out. It's one of the command tanks to get access to the Firefly. And now we've got some butterfly bombs now raining on in. Does get some of them destroyed because they hadn't camouflaged in time. It's getting some good hits there on the Churchill. The Churchill is quite wounded.
Service battalion has improved our HQ.
Okay, it has gone for the increased income from the HQs. I personally would have... No, yeah, the Martyr's not definitely focused. The Martyr has 1 infantry kill so far. So it really does need to focus on vehicles, that's for sure. And he will back away over here. The Whirlwind is fully repaired. And there's still a bunch of butterfly bombs on the ground. Nothing in the region to protect them. Ketograd does receive some hits there. We've got the command tank now in the region. He can push forward the Churchill to support the command tank. He's going to hold down the command tank right there. Mortar half track, infantry half track. And Whirlwind, Ketograd, a lot of stuff on the front line. A Firefly or two wouldn't be half bad. Firefly is almost deployed on out. The support of command tank, the Firefly can be very, very effective. The Churchill can rush on forward. Perhaps the Minesweeper upgrade help put out these butterfly bombs, though he doesn't really need the Minesweeper upgrade. because it doesn't pose any threat to the Churchill anyways.
Get ready, crew. Ready for battle orders.
Casualty clearing station being deployed.
All complete over here.
And does need only one more casualty to get a free model, so that's very important actually. Goes gone for the tank commander. Tank commander getting some good hits in there. Flak 88. No level of efficiency. Has gotten 4 infantry kills, 1 building kill. And that's the martyr there.
Section is ready. What do you want me to do?
Who's the Panzer Elite player? The Panzer Elite player is QAQ.
Under bloody fire. Make
Churchill has been fully overhealed, so has the Firefly. The command tank is actually a bit wounded. Martyr trying to get some shots in, does get a pen there. And we also got a Piet on this Luftwaffe forces.
We cocked and locked.
Scope rifles on to capture the VP. Wolfire receives some
He's capturing a
flak
strategic
fire.
sector.
Churchill and Firefly about ready to make their advance. Try and hit some of that Martyr. Well, looks like not, actually. Does send a bounce there. Over on the left side, we got the intersections pushing the way forward. Maybe trying to hit this VP, but the verbal one is in the area. No levels of veterancy just yet either. Good hits there onto the Churchill. Now we're going to be healed on up. Fireflies makes advance. Has hold down. And that structure goes down, wiping out the entire Luftwaffe ground forces. Martyr severely wounded. Flak 88 firing up a shot. Not sure where to go, but the intersections. Verboen's getting some good damage in, so does the Luftwaffe forces and the G43. And great, getting some more YouTube spam bots.
Aggressive fire! Point secure.
Remind me to clear that out at the end of this replay. Some of these medic models are getting some casualties. Does fall back to these squads now.
That's not cold. Gotta get right. Fuck.
Germans are taking one of our strategic points.
And looks like there's going to be some more butterfly bombs raining on in. Though a lot of these will get destroyed by these forces. Yeah. Almost all of, not all of them actually got destroyed right there. So poor placement by that.
Active fire!
Luftwaffe forces are still in this region, may get overwhelmed there. Is time to deploy some trenches there without the unupgraded squad. Panthers are now deployed on out of the field, so with the Panthers and the Flak 88, there's a lot of anti-vehicle fire. Incendiary grenade has been thrown in this region, forced to fall back. Ooh, and a deadly mortar half-track shot there. He does complete the split trench there. He may need to lose the lieutenant as well. Does get some friends there, but that squad's so wounded it's not safe for him. We have another Firefly here. Got the HS-129B3 barrage coming on in, getting the wipe on that Firefly there. And multiple hits there onto the back of that Firefly as well. Another strafing run. Hitting the general area right there. Extractions making their way forward. We may see some more casualties being recovered. Nope, both
Aviary
of
has
them
reached
there.
its designated grid.
Incendiary mortar has rained on in, and that's like going to be a wiped out squad. No, he does not get singed to death. Only one of the models does. Oh, I hear some landmines. And good hits there onto those infantry sections. Got the good hits there onto the Panther as well, mostly from this Firefly. those loiters are going to constantly rain on in, which is going to be very, very problematic. No more additional 17-pounders. Not like you will be any more effective than you were last time. No more additional Fireflies at the moment either. More casualties being recovered. Scope Rifle Squad could just hit the flanks. We do have this one-man Bren squad capture some points. Going for this fuel point is sort of pointless. He does not need fuel. He probably does not need to deny fuel since he sees the Panthers as well. Panther squad does get forced back. An infantry in pursuit. That's likely going to be dead. Bren Goth squad thinks that negative ground, or maybe not. On the left side or right side, we do have the Churchill hauling on down, out of vision range of the Flak 88. Does get a detonate one of the landmines there, very nice, and a lot of model bounces there onto that Churchill. Does get a pen there from the Panther, however.
Extended line.
More mine detonations there. That may have been mortar hit, however.
Ready to get to it, sir.
Fresh Firefly. He has 2 Fireflies at the moment. He will need a lot more to help push this area, especially with that Flak 88 in the region. Right now, it's just a bit of poke and push sort of match. Point does get captured up by the Panzer Elite player. The tickets are still going in, being counted in slowly for either player. Fireflies pushing around the left flank. Command tank is going to attach to them as well. No overheal on this one. This would be a good angle. The Flak 8 is behind a hedge line, so he will be able to advance to this region without being overran or hit by the Flak 88. And here comes a loiter trying to hit that Churchill. Will sustain a lot of fire there. And the infantry half-track will go down. Panthers have not yet responded to these Fireflies. Fireflies do go down. The infantry half-track does go down. They are supported by this command tank as well. Getting 2 pens there. 1 pen in return. The Fireflies are actually in good position right now. They need to focus fire, getting some great hits there. This Firefly does receive hits there. Now's the overkill. One does decide to hold down the Fireflies now. And there goes one of the Panthers. There's the Martyr actually pushing forward. The Panthers right here. The Martyr needs to back up and hold down. And there goes the Martyr. Gets 2 pens there. Over here, that is just a Kettengrad, which can be used for spotting for the Flak 88. And Panther is falling on back as well. Great push there by the Brit. Fresh Firefly as well. Has to be still careful about that Flak 88. They'll destroy the carcasses as well, so it denies the Berkantiga. Or at least that carcass right now. This carcass is being focused down next. Scope Rifle Squad will potentially get wiped out by this Panzer Grenadier. It will get wiped out. He's not going to retreat with it. Now the Central VP is under siege. Does get 1 deployed marksman there and will be falling back. He may actually survive there. Brent Squad's pushing the way forward. We got the verbal win, 1 defense, 1 accuracy, veterancy. And we do have the Incendiary Mortar being deployed on in as well. May find some of these butterfly bombs on the tree path, but doesn't get any model drops there, so one good long heal from casualty cleaning station is all he needs. All 3 Fireflies have been deployed right there, now being overhealed by the repair engineers, repair sappers. And now a fresh lieutenant is being deployed on out. Maybe get out a trench here filled with lieutenants. It wouldn't be half bad to get out a Churchill AVRE as well. Churchill AVREs will help them start nuking anything that advances towards this VP. And it does take out that Panzer Grenadier there. Oof, good mortar hits as well.
Our petrol stores are under attack.
Another Flak 88 being deployed on now, trying to deal with these Fireflies that may be in range. It's hard for me to tell. Fireflies now making their advance. These Fireflies are starting to put some pressure there onto that Panther. Infantry's pushing way forward, but find a lot of butterfly bombs there. Getting some good hits there onto the mortar half-track. Also got the infantry half-track here for reduced suppression. And he's starting to hit that Flak 88 quite significantly. Decides to hold down right there. He has still plenty of health at the moment. Flak 88 down to 1 shot until death. Flak 88 does go down, does spot the other Flak 88, nailing the Panther as well. 1 Firefly does go down. These 2 are still full health and overhealed. This Flak 88 will likely go down. Command tank is getting hit significantly. Does get Veteran C2 there. Great push there by the Brit.
Good job, lads. Point capture.
Except, no, the gun's not decrewed. It's actually not fully built. It's bugged. 0-0.
NCOs reporting they have destroyed a German target.
The Firefly, that Panther does go down. That Flak 80 is bugged. Yeah, that Flak 80 is completely bugged. A bit of a shame about that. Whirlwind does go down. Got 2-2-3 deployed on out. And decides to cancel the Flak 88 since it got bugged out right there. Stops that one from being built as well. Over here we got a stealth Kettengrad and a spotted Kettengrad. Flak 88 has been rebuilt. It's very defensive, very far back. It will stop him from being overran, but that's about it. But the Brit can just stay back and avoid it. He may need to redeploy his HQ from here to here to get the increased munitions income.
Contact reports show the German vehicle was knocked out in that last skirmish.
Does spot this other Flak 88. Could decrew it and claim it for his own purposes. That wouldn't be half bad. Annihilates the lieutenant and does take out whatever, or stop him from building that other weapon. Looks like based on the barrel length, another Flak 88. Good hits there coming out the Luftwaffe forces. There's some more butterfly bombs in the region as well. Fireflies getting some great damage there onto the Flak 88. And he's holding down the Fireflies now. The Flak 88 does go down. For all the Fireflies, haven't we seen any more loiters? No, he hadn't had the same munitions for those loiters.
Forward supply lines are broken.
He's probably saving up some, yeah, he's saving up his manpower for another pair of Panthers.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
He doesn't have a whole lot remaining.
Loud and clear.
He has to set this up on a munitions point, eyeing for more munitions. Very nice. Patrick squad pushes way forward, does find a good hit. And no, he is not going for another set of Panthers. He's going for a bunch of tank busters. And he's going for the tank busters rather than upgrading Panzer Grenadiers because he wants to save the missions for more avoiders.
The enemy is seizing our territory. We have 300 points left.
Kaliningrad pushes his way forward, does get a nice spotting there. And just going to plant himself perhaps right there.
Supply lines are broken. We have territory cut off from supply.
Tank bus pushes his way forward, does get another designated marksman there. Brand squads are pushing their way forward. Fresh Flak 88 has been deployed on Al as well. In a very defensive position, but there's no Flak ribbing here to cover him. So I'm just defensive, just preventing space from being overran, but his space is still being overran. He is receiving some self-healing, which is very important. Patrick squad's pushing way forward. Flak 88 got one infantry kill so far. Does get a nice incendiary grenade there as well. Goes out another incendiary grenade there, forcing him back. And no butterfly bombs on the retreat path. This point has been decaptured, denying the income for this munitions point here.
Deploying defensive perimeter. Objective secure. Was gibt es?
The fuel point up here is being captured, but it's not really useful for either player. He has plenty of fuel. His opponent has plenty of fuel. The fuel points simply just don't matter.
Infantry contact.
Though I suppose he does need it for increase his population capacity, but he doesn't need that either.
Reinforce the troop. Move. Machine guns. Move.
Germany is conceding a sector point to the Commonwealth. We must rally.
Jawohl.
Does get a good hit there. Love-off ground force has 2 levels of accuracy as well. There's some handful of butterfly bombs still here, but looks like he won't get those hit anytime soon. Captain charging forward, trying to get that cutoff point as well. Does throw an incendiary bomb there. He's going for a bunch of tank busters, but he needs more regular infantry as well. And thanks to the healing HQ, this Flak 88 is able to see quite a bit of abuse.
Our supply lines are broken. We have territory out of supply.
Contact. Skirmish line. Move.
Looks like he's reset up his vehicles. There's of course the Slit Trench still in the region. He's throwing out pair incendiary grenades there. And does avoid the incendiary grenades.
Supply lines are broken. We have territory cut off from supply.
At this point, he needs a whole bunch of Hotchkisses to help siege this area. Another designated marksman there. With the increased fuel income, he's able, or munitions income from his HQs, which he only has one then set up on a munitions point, he's able to get off a lot of abilities like that. Does throw another incendiary grenade there and pulls back the squad now, keeping 2 of the models alive.
Ready for action.
Interceptors are pushing their way forward now. He could potentially set up a line of trenches to prevent anything from advancing.
They are hitting our base.
He could also pull his way out Burgundy to recover this carcass if he needs to as well. Looks like Flak 88 is now receiving some Piat fire, and does throw another incendiary grenade there onto that group, getting some good damage all across the line. Multiple Piat hits there onto the Flak 88. And now the Firefly's pushing way forward, does take out the Flak 88 now.
They They're in our base. They're hitting our base.
Yep, this is pretty much over at this one time.
Get into the fight!
Good hits there onto the HQ. Piet's Panzerfaust still trying to fire away forward. This one does still got rid of its overheal. The armor car is pushing way forward, getting some good damage onto it as well.
They're in the perimeter. Our base is under attack.
Oh, here looks like ground forces. Luftwaffe ground forces here will be destroyed.
We are losing ground.
He does get wiped out there. It does down another Cindy grenade there, spending all his munitions on those Cindy grenades and not on the airstrikes. That structure does actually go down there.
One of our sectors has been cut off. Base is under enemy fire.
And we've got some anti-tank shots, or more tank shots coming on board.
Tank busters at the ready! Get in there!
Vehicle made ready for action.
We are losing territory.
2 armor cars. Looks like he's trying to eye hitting that infantry. Got to keep them away from the Fireflies, of course.
The upgrade is complete.
It does find the butterfly bombs, but he
We
was
have
treating back,
200
of course.
points.
Tank busters are getting to see some hits there. And Slider's going to have to use the rest of his more munitions on it over here. We've got the airstrike coming on in, trying to hit these forces. There's no Kaliningrad account spot for them, so the airstrike will not really accomplish all too much. Does lose one of the squads there. Getting some good damage all across the line. And we'll be abandoning the region.
Base is under enemy fire. Attention.
Oh, it does manage to get a hit there. Goes fully out of control there. The Kaliningrad does fight the spot at the last moment. Not running camouflage at the moment.
Our supply lines are broken. We have territory out of supply.
Armor cars skirting around the edges. He does find some butterfly bombs there. Massed a lot of healing, very nice. But it's not that much the Panzer League player can do at the moment.
Ready.
Tickets are still counting down, so it has a bit of tickets to play with, but not a whole lot. He may need to save up some Panthers to just push in, go all in with a pair of Panthers. That's about it. One Firefly is still very much alive. He has not rebuilt another one because he has not really been fighting against anything that the Fireflies can fight, need to be shot against. One's more than plenty against his opponent's current composition. But we do have a second Firefly actually has been deployed on out.
Enemy forces are attacking our
You can also haul down a Churchill AVRA in that VP and nuke anything that advances. Armor cars skirting around the flanks. We do got healing here onto this tank buster.
forward supply lines are broken.
Scout car receiving some hits there.
Supply lines are broken. We have territory cut off from supply.
The scout car will go down to those Fireflies. Armor cars still engaging over here. Do have, of course, a mortar half track. Getting some good hits on in. His opponent's been very blobby, so it's pretty easy to get some good hits there. Does find some landmines there with the Fireflies. Is he thinking of some accusations? But I didn't see anything that looks like accusations. Stramon? Or Stream? I guess Stream.
Luftwaffe ground forces have arrived and are now available for assignment.
It has to pull out some fresh Luftwaffe ground forces. Gain out another Flak 88. The problem is the Flak 88's in this position of
The enemy is
defensive.
impacting Kampfgruppe victory points.
Yeah. Looks like if he's asking for a screenshot, just want to make sure it's not hacking. So far, I don't see anything that look like cheating to me. Black 88 received quite a bit of fire there. The Luftwaffe ground forces getting ripped apart. There's just way too much infantry here from the deal with. Mortar half track is a good option to deal with all these blobs. Does the incendiary mortar there. Fireflies making their advance, trying to hit that Black 88 now.
We've lost the plant battery to enemy action.
And 62 pushes the way forward. Both of them have level actually, but there goes one of the AECs to the Fireflies. Mortar half track does go down as well. And he has backed out of the game. Kind of fast forward. A little bit of a slow end to the game, honestly.
Morale is dropping as we hit 100 points.
And that's the end of the game. This is Adam Grade saying thank you for watching and signing off. And on to the next replay. Though I do need to clear out that spam message, because I don't want that to stay there. And there we go, that's coming back online. I also need to go to YouTube and report. Pornography. Report. Pornography. And report pornography. And I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Sorry about that. And I'm back. Mostly by Games Replay. If people send them to me on my through the link I have through my YouTube, I post my YouTube email there. Then you can send out replays to me. 2 versus 1. Hopefully that's not somebody backing out of the game, but hopefully if the person backs out of the game, I probably won't cast the replay. But yeah, mostly from game replays, but if somebody sends me a replay through my Gmail I have posted, then I'm more than willing to cover it. All that I wish is that you don't send me a decent replay, and not one versus AI. Greetings everyone, and Grade here with another Company Wars 1 replay. Spawn on the north side as the blue USF. We have Death Machine. Spawn as teammate as the yellow USF. We have Scratchman Apu. South side as the Panzer Elite player. We've gone for Shimvagans. We have Lightning Strikes again. But does Lightning strike the same spot twice? And his teammate as the other Panzer Elite player, we have Brutal Hummel. Schimwagen's capturing up the right side of the map. Left side of the map, we've got the Kettengrad as well. Got one set of Panzergrenadiers, and we've got another Kettengrad here. So, we got a lot of capturing vehicles, not a whole lot of Panzergrenadiers. But we do have the logistics company. That's the logistics company, not infantry group, account group, or whatever it's called. So it's not meant for infantry half-tracks, but it's perhaps meant for 221s, which could be more capturing vehicles.
We're Johnny on the spot with a 50. Jeep deployed.
That's a 30, not a
Down on
50.
point.
Oh, sure, go, let's see, a slide camp war. I can take a look at it. Yep, if you just want to post the game's replay link on stream, and I'll just take a look at it.
Engineers. Eyes and ears, ladies.
Scout,
And if it does
on
get
point.
flagged by YouTube saying, oh, potential bad link, I have the ability to still see those.
Where we headed?
We do got the Kettengrad now backing away from the Jeep.
Ready.
Riflemen and engineers pushing the way forward. Panzergrenadiers
Fire.
eyeing the inside this garrison. Very nice.
Point is ours. We'll take lock it down.
Recon.
And this Jeep's
ready.
pushing its way forward as well. Capture that point on the left side. We do have the Panzergrenadiers getting some good damage there onto the engineers. Jeep's pushing way forward, getting some good damage. You want to see that. Just
Munitions depot is ours.
if it's entertaining nonetheless. I don't care if they don't have to be pros, as long as it's entertaining, that sort of thing. But if it's sort of a stalemate for a very, very long time, that can get a bit boring, depending how the game is. We do have the rifleman here
We're losing a
engaging
fuel
the
sector.
221. Looks like I did call it with the 221. Does force back the rifleman. The engineers have captured the VP as well as the same strategic point in the region. Over here, Kettengrad is backing on off, getting a little bit of damage in.
Reporting for duty.
Jeep pushing on forward, may find that Kettengrad. Engineers are on top of the health of the Jeep, very nice. On the right side, we got the 221 pushing the way forward, as well as the Schimwagen.
Engineers under fire!
Panzergrenadiers making their way forward. And now we do have the engineers pushing the way forward. We've seen quite a bit of fire there. Panzergrenadiers are getting quite wounded, but so are the engineers as well. Panzergrenadiers on one last model do fall back. None of the engineer models actually went down there. Does drop a model there, does drop another model there, and does not manage to pursue it in time to get a full squad wipe. Panzergrenadiers being pursued by the riflemen.
We're getting hit pretty good.
Tally ho, we're good to go.
Riflemen don't have sticky bomb upgrade
Enemy
just yet,
unit
but getting some
down.
good damage there on the 223 upgraded. It's not a long 221, now it's a 223. We've also got another scout card here as well, so eventually he's going to upgrade that one to a 223 and lock down some sectors. He may be trying to lock down this sector here for some extra fuel income.
Point is ours. We'll say we lock it down.
The other one's quite wounded. Kettengrad receiving some hits as well. This one's going to stick around. Both of them are a bit damaged. The Jeep is getting some great damage in. Right side, we've got this rifleman squad being forced back by the Panzergrenadiers, and engineers captured this point as well. Haven't captured this munitions point yet either. Rifleman picking away some shots. The 223 is captured to the point now and getting repaired up by, is that his own or his team? Oh wait, Brutal Hummel.
Squad, ready for
So it's actually a 221 and 223, one from each player. So both of them have gone for logistics companies. Is that going to be Panzer IV C? Let's take a quick look at that. Oh, light ATF track. Here I thought we were going to see some Panzer IV C or Hotchkiss.
Listen up, Rocket Squad.
He has locked down the sector here, so he is getting some increased fuel income.
And that's strong.
Over here, we've got the riflemen behind the heavy cover there, engaging the Panzer Grenadiers, but do get forced back by, or will be forced back by the 222. Ooh, something blew up. It may have been the Jeep. Yet the Jeep went down right there. That could have been a landmine. Has one of them gone for tank hunter? Got teller mines. Rifleman squad may get wiped out by this scout car. The Panzer Grenadiers can also get some shots in as well. And does actually go down to the Panzer Grenadiers. Rifleman squad is pushing forward, trying to engage those Panzer Grenadiers.
Enemy unit down.
Looks like he's lost a model, or take out a squad, I should say. Riflemen eyeing to go towards these hedge lines, trying to avoid the light AT half track. More riflemen pushing forward, including a flamer. And there goes the 222. Must have been a pair of sticky bombs. Kaliningrad or Schimwagen captured at that point. Now we're even. Scout car has seen a bit of fire there, literally, from the engineers. Now we do have a munitions half-track. Okay, that's unusual. So munitions half-track has been pulled on out. And we got a scout car here, severely wounded. He's going to look like going to set up on that munitions point. Very nice. This one is severely wounded. And it still receives a fire there. So this half track, or not half track, scout car may go down. Light half track is being buffed by the munitions half track. Does receive a sticky bomb there. Doesn't get the engine crit there, but severely wounded, so even the rifle fire can pose a threat to it. Gets good damage there. Rifleman charging on forward as well. 221 is trying to save his buddy. Does throw a sticky bomb there on the munitions half track. The 221 does go down and put a lot of autocannon fire on that munitions half track. The light half track also goes down, and the munitions half track is fully immobilized. Pursuing down this rifleman, does get the rifleman squad. On the right side, we've got the Panzer Grenadiers pushing way forward. The munitions half track has just straight up been ignored, not really caring about if it's alive or dead. Honestly, it's not really. You don't see it all too often. I honestly forget exactly what it does. I think just reduce like cooldown times, not exactly that great. Munitions half track is receiving more and more fire now. I think there may be a Kaliningrad being deployed on out. Not Kaliningrad, Goliath. It's receiving a lot of fire, that's for sure. And this 223 is way too low on health to save it. Another 222 is pushing his way forward. This 222 is also pushing towards the northern sector, trying to get the wipe on this. Does get the wipe there on that flamer. Munitions half track is severely wounded now. Also has damaged engine along with being immobilized, so it's now doubly can't move. Panzer Grenadiers making their way forward.
Enemy unit down.
Including STG squad. Does get a squad wipe on one of those squads. It sounded like almost from a sniper, I thought I heard. That may have been his G43 squad. STG squad gains great damage on it. We do also have a machine gun bunker here.
We'll be taking Berlin by Christmas.
But the munitions half track could charge on forward, drop him for Goliath, and explode. I'm not sure who's saying that. Is it the Yellow, apparently? He lost all of his squads. Yellow has lost all of his squads, so he's the one that... The replay is called 2v1, so maybe this is where his teammate backs off? I haven't really been paying attention to the map over here. I just know there's been a lot of squad wipes against him. Maybe let's go for infantry or airborne to get out some elite infantry. And he has actually backed out of the game, so this is interesting. Usually a person who posts a replay like this usually means they usually win, so I'm curious how this will play out. Oops, I keep on hitting my knee against my microphone. Okay, this definitely was a teller mine there, so this player has gone for teller mines, which means he has gone for tank hunter. guarding his teammates' triage center as well. And menacingly T-posing in front of the AI's HQ.
Just give the order.
If we switch over to this player, US player, yeah, we do have the increased manpower income. And the AI has gone for infantry doctrine, which I'm not so sure how effective the AI is with infantry doctrine compared to other doctrines. Probably be a little bit better with that because it's all about mass spam, and the AI does have increased manpower income. Probably the best doctrine for the NAI. 30 cal emplacement. Gains some damage on in. Both these armor cars from the same player.
Losing ground out there.
Fire!
223 could potentially get destroyed. Does get
Enemy
destroyed
unit
out
down.
by the AT gun. By the AI, nonetheless. He has not selected Doctrine just yet. He does get his engineer out of there. I heard another landmine detonation. Right here.
Rifleman squad, front and center.
But that doesn't make any sense. A landmine like that wouldn't be detonated there. Because now it wouldn't be a telemine. Either way, this entry placement may get cleaned on up. Kettingrad trying to body block the M10. Actually, the machine gun placement will stay up, and we'll lose this 222 to the rifleman. Or no, the M10 does secure the kill. May actually get the wipe on that squad. Jeez. M10s, two M10s, it should be able to help force back these units. The AI is, of course, spamming out units everywhere, which is great for field control, honestly. And the opponents have largely gone for various, like, mechanized play, so don't really have a whole lot of... This point is not actually secure. He's deployed this... I think that's actually deployed, and it's actually not in the sector, so it's not getting any additional income right there.
Ready to take the field.
The AI is great for capturing a lot of points. And that's a US landmine there. Because with the extra manpower and their just ability just to micro everywhere, AI can be quite good sometimes. We got a vampire half-track
Enemy
here.
unit down.
Objective secured, Sarge.
And it looks like he does actually claim the munitions half-track.
The enemy is down to 300 points.
AT gun, of course, does get overran. If he has a 4-man squad, or could perhaps claim that for his own purposes.
Enemy unit down.
Kettingrad does go down. Booby trap has been triggered, so looks like he has gone for Scorched Earth. Scorched Earth and
Our supplies are in.
what's it called?
Is now
Pink Hunter.
available.
Intends to make their advance, trying to hunt down some of these half tracks. They spent too much on these light vehicles and now don't have anything to engage these M10s. Goliath is still out in the field, which could do some good work.
Munitions point
Does get
under
spotted
attack.
there. Does roll a miss there, and does decide to reverse away.
Rifle squad has contact!
Riflemen do fall on back. And heard another
Enemy unit
squad
down.
lost. Squad lost. Oh, it looks like it must have been the Goliath right there wiping out our rifleman squad, looks like. STG squad is falling on back over here. We do have a armor car severely wounded. Must have hit a landmine. And now the AT gun's getting focused down, trying to destroy it so it doesn't fall into their opponent's hands. Or his opponent's hands, since he has AI as an ally.
Make me proud.
AT gun is still alive. Receiving crits. Rolls a miss. Receive another crit there. And there goes the AT gun. Machine gun placement, of course, has been saved and now nearly fully repaired. Another dropped AT gun there. Looks like the M10 going to try to crush these Panzer Grenadiers. Doesn't manage to get it off. We've got the
Unit down.
a Hetzer, a Panther, and a Martyr. But that's a lot of, all of a sudden, a lot of AT just got deployed on out. He went for a Martyr and a Hetzer. Interesting. That's a bit unusual. M10 does send a pen and receive some shots there. These M10s kind of roll on over, trying to receive send some good hits in as my camera goes crazy. Rolls a miss there. M10's still alive. Panther's going to cut the corner. Takes the hedge to build the crush hedges. And there goes the M10. M10's now charging forward. He can start hitting that Martyr and Hetzer. Probably best at the Martyr first. It's squishier.
Vehicles can now advance and capture territory.
Field repairs have been activated, which will help out with his engagements.
Losing a victory point. We are losing a victory point.
M10s do spot the Vampire as well. Looks like a Goliath. No, that's off-map power shoot raining on in from the AI, which not necessarily half a bad spot to ward away armor. And we got also a sticky bomb there onto the Martyr. Doesn't have the rifle squad. It gets fully mobilized on the Martyr, so it's easy pickings for
They have 200
anything.
points left.
And starting to focus on the AT gun himself. There's a US landmine here.
Observation posts report we are losing a sector.
And so wow, another Goliath there with the Funkwagen. Hetzer still has a damage engine. We got a M10 here from Macy Global Repairs. We can see an off-map power shoot coming out from the AI. Multiple hits there. Rear armor hit. And here comes the M10s onto the rear armor of the Panthers. Passing from Macy, Allied War Machine at the moment. He has Allied War Machine available. And the off-map power shoot actually took out the Panthers. So the AI is actually being reasonable in its stupidity. Martyr here has been partially repaired on up. And does use Allied War Machine there. Does lose an M10 to a Goliath. Being destroyed. That M10 goes down as well. He will get both his reinforcements. This other guy just needs to fall back. I hear what sounds like a 50 cal or Greyhound. There's the Greyhound I was sharing. Shinvagen does go down. We do have the Hetzer here. No engine damage right now. Martyr has no engine damage either, and pretty well healthy. M10 does go down. On the right side, we do have this intersection here. And this M10 just needs to fall back, find an angle to retreat, and does not find an angle to retreat. SCG Squad makes its way forward. It does send a good hit there onto the Panzer Grenadiers with this M10. We do have the Rangers do use Fire It Up. Of course, that's the AI. I'm not so sure why they did that. We've got multiple Rangers now being deployed on out, which can be very, very hard for the Panzer Grenadiers potentially to deal with sometimes, because there's bazookas everywhere to hit those light vehicles. Has to push his way forward, does have but one accuracy. The AI has pulled out Sherman tank. We do got a boot trap point right here. Of course, the AI can't avoid it. Though the explosion did come into play. Sherman tank is receiving a massive beating right there. And the Sherman tank does go down. The Greyhound is engaging a Bergantiga. Okay. That's where I keep on hearing all that 50 cal fire. I was wondering what it's shooting at. The Martyr is still alive as well. SCG squad is advancing. We're going to be overrunning the AT gun. Very nice. You could claim that AT gun for its own purposes. The left side, right behind the capture that munitions point, will be spot that Panther here. And the Greyhound's finally starting to get hit by the Panther. Bergantiga's pushing way forward, trying to eye. There is a Panther carcass here.
Our front lines are collapsing.
N10's now rolling on in. He has 4 N10s. He has enough munitions for field repair or for Allied War Machine, not for both. Black Irving does spot the
Taking
M10s.
one of our points.
And he does, of course, spot the Panther. Doesn't roll up north just yet. Now he's rolling up north.
Casualties being reported.
Looks like he's lost a squad over here. We've got the engineers from the AI getting overwhelmed. Hellcat deployed out by the AI as well. Got the Bergantiga now receiving some rear armor hits there from the M10s. Does get 2 model crushes there. And we've got the Panther now playing green around the Rosie. Doesn't have a whole... He could actually deploy out field repairs. Field repairs actually right now wouldn't be half bad. Or
Losing a munition sector.
does use field repairs, but a little bit too late to save that one. Got the Hetzer, Panther, and Martyr in this region. And they potentially could some good work in. If they were to charge forward around this direction, they perhaps could get the kill the Panther before it can react. AI drops in another squad to die.
Enemy unit down.
He is charging forward, does take out the Martyr. He's starting to recover the Panther carcass. Does actually cancel it. I thought I would have continued on. It was almost completed. Allied War Machine has been activated. Does get one of the models out of control. And does not crush kill the Panther carcass. Panther carcass almost down. And the Bergantiga is now receiving lots of fire from these M10s.
Enemy unit down.
Another Goliath. Main gun destroyed. And Allied War Machine is still active and has been deactivated. Hetzer behind the carcass. And multiple M10 models just went down. He has this one remaining. What type of carcass is this? Is it an M10 or Panther? And that looks like an M10.
Just point us at him. Keep it moving.
Good hits there. Fresh M10 on the rear armor. Very nice. And the AI's Hellcat does find a landmine there. And the Hetzer will go down very shortly.
Enemy unit down.
But finds a Tellermine there as well, losing the M10.
Cavalry ready. Let's get
Losing ground out there.
More AI. This is from off-map combat group because it's 50 cal upgrade, though it's it is an AI, so maybe he deployed out that himself.
The enemy is down to 100 points.
Starting to capture up this victory point now. And looks like the Hellcat finds another Tellermine. Over here, AT gun facing a horrendous direction. It's almost destroyed as well. We got another Funk Wagen pushed way forward. Could be the same Funk Wagen.
Heavy armor and
And Al Pershing's now available.
We got company! Enemy troops right fucking there! Just
Hetzer trying to get some shots there onto the Rangers. And also these Panther Grenadiers are getting forced overran. Does use the fuel repairs as well. Getting these all topped off. But you got another pair of Panthers and a fresh Martyr to support as well. As was an AT Hetzer. But there's currently 4 M10s deployed on the field. He could potentially get out his own Pershing as well, give him enough manpower. No stick grenade coming out from the rifleman, nor bars actually. Minesweeper will need to fall back. They're about to get crushed by that Panther. Now this Panther Grenadier squad is falling back. These Panthers start to make their way forward, getting some good damage there onto the riflemen.
Stand firm, allies. The battle is ours.
The last 50 tickets over here. Got a lot of M10s, and it is going to be a 1v2 where he is actually going to win. He's getting a lot of VPs. He was able to focus on the Axis major threats, allowing the AI just to do their job of just mass capturing and throw fodder everywhere. A lot of carcasses on the field, that's for sure. But then again, that's like that for any
Enemy is down to
player armor. We do have a upgraded Sherman tank as well. Martyr 3 set on up. And that Sherman tank is being blocked by his teammates. The AI's Sherman tank is trying to properly back away, and he just killed his AI's Sherman tank. Do have a fresh telemine being deployed on out right here. I wonder if it gets spotted.
We are losing a munitions sector.
Rifle squad on point.
Fresh Sherman Crocodile being deployed on out. And Hellcat does get taken out. Must have found another telemine. The telemines have not hit these M10s. Only the AI has been constantly doing a good job of sweeping them with their feet and treads. Well, since they're telemines, with his treads, allowing the M10, the actual human player, to actually get the kills. And these Panthers crushing through all these hedges is actually very beneficial to actually the M10 since they can't crush hedges. Open up the map for the M10s for more flanking opportunities.
Infantry squad reporting casualties.
Oh, that was one of his own infantry squads. There are 6 M10s deployed on the field. They're all coming for a massive flank. Now it's maybe a good idea to charge, but he's going still skirting around the flanks. This one is receiving a bit of hits there. Probably not worth it to use allied war machine or fuel repairs just yet. Now there's 2 guys wounded. He's just skirting around the flanks. I use allied field repairs now. And does spot the Jagdpanzer. And this one can be overwhelmed. They have a lot of... they're getting massively body blocked. But the tickets are counted down, so it's being a great distraction for the allies. One M10s have gone down. Significant amount of damage coming out the Jagdpanzer. And there goes another M10. 2 M10s, another 2 goes down. These 2 are still managed to retreat on out there. Over here, Rifleman will get overwhelmed, while the AI is captured up the central VP. Martyr's trying to intercept these M10s, but the Martyr has basically 1 shot off before the M10s will get the kill. Does get a good hit there and make it the kill on this guy here. No, he rolls on this.
Enemy unit down.
And all the infantry over here is dead, which means... No, if he had a Greyhound, he would capture it up with a Greyhound, but he needs to send out infantry unit to capture it up. He does have a rifleman and engineer inside this, not church, but cemetery building. a cemetery keeper's building. And looks like both the Axis players actually have surrendered. This Angrade saying, thank you for watching, or they were actually killed by lack of VPs. This Angrade saying, thank you for watching, and signing off. Definitely an unusual replay, but he did get his victory. Played around the strengths of his faction, of his doctrine, and played around the strength of the AI of just spamming out everything. Let's see now. I think I've already cast this replay. I may need to look at that one a little bit later, but let's go ahead and go for this one here. I don't really like the name of this one here. Let's go with this one. A nice mixed replay. And that's probably going to be the last replay I'm going to cast tonight. I'm getting a bit exhausted right now. Greetings everyone, and Grade here with another Company Heroes 2 replay. Spawn on the right side as the British players, we have Keysman. As teammate as the blue Yosef, we have Death Machine. Spawn as the red Wehrmacht player, we have HJ the Man, and his teammate as the Panzer Elite player, Brutal Hummel, who will likely go for Hummels. That's to be expected. If your name is Hummel, you better go for Hummels.
Barracks complete, as ordered.
We do have a Jeep being deployed on out. We got the Kettengrad pushing its way forward as well. This is going straight for the VP? I'm not so sure. Me, Onel, Machine? Allied War Machine?
Recon is good to go.
That's must be what he's saying.
Point captured.
Scope rifles are trying to pursue... he must have spotted that Kettengrad is trying to pursue it. Lieutenant here will get the capture off in time. Doesn't have to worry about him being knocked away. Scope rifles getting some hits there onto the Kettengrad. He's trying to decapture that now, but he decides to fall back, trying to avoid conflict. And we do have the HQ being packed on up, likely going to eye for this sector here, but it is being captured up by the Panzergrenadiers. And now he does a bit of tag off there with the Kettengrad, but it's starting to revert now. Will he set up in time? He will not set up in time, so he won't be able to secure that sector anytime soon, but he's also going to set up perhaps down the southern sector. It looks like he's in sector. Looks like this road is in the southern sector. Yes, it is. So we'll go ahead and secure up that munitions point. Actually, no, he's going pretty far forward. Down south, we got the engineers falling on back. Engineers getting some good damage there onto the Kettengrad. Down south, we got this Schimwagen, just sort of just patrolling around. And the truck has been deployed right here, pretty far forward. Maybe going right around here for more line of sight blockers would have been a bit better. Or just a little bit farther back. Even on top of the hill, that would have been great. That's just a little bit open, perhaps a little bit too far forward, because the mortar half-tracks can get some really nice safe shots along this hedge line here. Schimwagen's pushing his way forward, does find a nice little burst there on the rifleman. Fresh intersection has been deployed on out. And Schimwagen's just going patrolling around. Pioneers right here, and we've got these squad of riflemen here. Pioneers capture that munitions point. As the scope rifle squad is going to be forced away, that fuel point is not in sector. And we've got this lieutenant captured the VP. Kettengrad maybe on to disrupt it. Nope, he's going straight up north to the fuel point. Scope rifles do find some heavy cover there. Panzer Grenadiers are largest and very light cover. Infantry half track has been deployed on out. He may be on the inside of one of these units, or perhaps both of them. Yeah, both of them does get in the back of the half track. And sort of facing the wrong direction, that's for sure. Kaliningrad getting forced away by the lieutenant. And we've got the Jeep now sitting on up, trying to get some good hits there onto these Volksgrenadiers. Machine gun emplacement here. Vickers emplacement deployed on out by the Brits. Not bad. A little bit less a scene emplacement, but it's in a good position. We got a US landmine here. Very nice. And it's going to either repair up the... well, nothing really needed to repair up anyways. Schönwagen is pushing way forward. We'll find us Rifleman squad. We got an MG42 here as well. On the northern side, we have the Kaliningrad push its way forward.
Make sticky bombs.
And sticky bombs are now available. Rifleman squad pushes way forward, trying to get some good hits there onto the Schönwagen. We got the MG42 set on up as well. Over here, we do got the infantry half track. Still loaded up with 2 infantry sections. Not infantry sections, Panzer Grenadiers. And the field support truck has been brought up here, and to increase its munitions to come even further. Half track does go and beat Garrison. One of the Panzer Grenadiers quite wouldn't. Perhaps put that one back in the back of the half track, so it minimizes bleed. Oh, and that one squad does manage up getting there, but barely. And you've got to be careful. One of those smalls could be it and could be picked off. MP4 squad pushes way forward, getting some good damage there. Rifleman in the head cover as well, but I think the MP4 squad should be able to advance no problem. But you got the US sniper now picking away. Over here, we've got the intersection behind those trees once again. We do got the G43 squad right there as well. It puts in some damage across multiple squads. And a lot of squads down south, so this guy will need to fall back a little bit. Yeah, intersection will need to fall back. They're way too far forward, and it's doing a bit too much damage so far. Action prone to being wiped at the moment. But you will manage to escape on out of there. Armor cars push the way forward, may get the wipe there on this intersection. And it does get the wipe there on the intersection. It does have a sapper squad here. And the lieutenant is severely wounded. We've got a triage center here. Very nice. Volksgrenadiers push their way forward and make some good hits there on these engineers. Of course, with the minesweeper there, there's no way the engineers can really defend themselves. And that minesweeper squad fully goes down, which actually is a bit important because it's never a good idea to lose a minesweeper. Sniper does go down to the armor car. Very nice. And this rifleman squad is falling back as well. Over here, we do have these forces loading up the back of the half track. There's 2 squads in the back of this half track.
We're losing a point out there.
Minesweeper squad won't be able to defend themselves against the advancing engineer. Schönwagen and MP40 Volks pushing their way forward, however. Rifleman squad is advancing as well. MP40's Volk squad is down to 3 models. Doesn't he capture that point? And we're gonna have fresh 30 cal deploy on the field. That's a bit of an unusual option at this point in time, but I like to see unusual. Rifle squad would likely get overwhelmed by these forces. nothing much happening there. We've got the half nuclear abstract that's coming to support as well. Perhaps able to reinforce the MP40 Volks.
We are losing contact with one of our sectors.
Oh, here these forces aren't making their way forward. Piet's now raining on in. And these Piets are getting suppressed down. Does take out the Schimwagen there, but more of a minor loss right there. Mortar half track has been deployed. There's a lot of coverage right here.
Begin raid operations.
Raid operations. So that is armor. So switch over the Brits. The Brits have not selected Doctrine just yet.
Hey, sir. The rats have secured the point.
Piet squad's making an advance trying to hit that armor car. Mortar half track has thrown an incendiary round onto the HQ. We do got the armor command truck being deployed now. He may be eyeing for an early Cromwell or perhaps a Kangaroo. Good hits there onto the armor car. Piet squads are falling back. 30 cal has been set on up, hitting medic recovery medic. So he has to deploy out a recovery bunker, which is a good idea since his opponent can't get any sort of casualty recovery. It's a great item for him.
Stores are under attack.
Ready to move! Moving!
CPLRA ready to deploy.
Armor command truck has been deployed on now. He may be sitting on, let's see, he's actually a bit low in fuel. Setting up on a fuel point would be pretty good. Perhaps the northern fuel point, that is a +10. This is a +5, so probably setting up on the +10 would be a great idea. Pushing in there, the PS are pushing the way forward, hitting that Volksgrenadier with the sniper as well. Regular Grenadiers have been pointed out that maybe on a reformed one from the casualty recovery bunker.
Sappers in heavy cover, sir!
As PS start raining on in, knocking these Grenadiers around the flinch. And Sniper is still just picking away shots. Up to 8 kills, Veteran C1. Tier 2's making their advance. Kettengrad's charging on 4 as well. There's a US landmine here as well. He's on top of us. Gotta be careful not to get that accidentally detonated. Political set up and this garrison here as well. Sells salvage the Schimwagen. And scope rifles and PS pushing the way forward. The PS will need to fall back with zoom. And I think that was officer artillery, so we do have Royal Artillery selected by the Brits. Recovery bunker
Under attack. We're losing a
does
sector.
manage to survive, but barely. Pioneers. Looks like that's not for the fatherland. Yeah, I think that is for the fatherland. So it looks like the Wehrmacht player has gone for defensive. This landmine has been swept by the scoped rifles. Tier 2's making their advance forward, trying to hit these Piet squads. Got Captain and Lieutenant in the region as well.
NCO's reporting they have destroyed a German target.
Casualty recovery bunker is still alive.
Sappers good to go. Radio up here.
And we do have a Cromwell being deployed on out. Let's go and since we know, yeah, he's gone with defensive. So let's switch over to the Panzer League player. Has not selected Doctor just yet. MP40 squad getting some great hits there. And here comes a incendiary mortar.
By my own time. That flank moving on! Man down, man down!
Waiting on us.
Panzer Support Command has been deployed now. It's like command for Panthers.
Yeah, wait, that's it. You never know what it's about.
Volksgrenadier making their advance, trying to get some good damage there onto these forces. Does detonate the landmine there with Piet, which is actually quite important. On the right side, we've got the Cromwell now advancing, preventing the flanks from pushing any further. needs a bit of healing on these squads as well, but he may not have a whole lot of munitions. Mortar half-track will be under siege by this Cromwell. We'll take a couple more hits there. He's to connect with the armored car, taking it out. There's two other armored cars. Attack 38 has not rotated on over. We're going to see a pair of Panzerfaust charging on forward as well. He has two MP40 squads here, which can be used to reinforce, and then it's going to charge on forward, perhaps. You got the officer artillery raining on in. Does this to a full retreat. There's a likely that the bunker will go down. AT gun fully gets destroyed there.
Elite Fallschirmjäger infantry are now available.
And he's
to
not going for
Belair.
Scorched Earth, he's going for Luftwaffe.
We are losing
Which
a
means
sector.
both players can
Butterfly
deploy
bombs
flak
are now
gates, will be able to
available
deploy flak
use
idiots.
when it comes to Kampfgruppen. The enemy has destroyed one of the Kampfgruppen's vehicles.
The bunker does go down. Pantrack does get a hit there. The other one does roll a miss. Oh, it's in the back of the half-track, not from the Grenadiers. Decides to blitz on the way, trying to use the line side blockers. Very nice. Rolls a couple misses there. So very good maneuvering there by the Cromwell. Good hits there. And we do have a stag hound deployed on out as well. Pair of sniper shots in. And the Brits recovered some casualties as well. Very nice. Down south, got the MG42 forcing back to that rifleman. And we got the headquarters truck packing on, or no, sitting, being redeployed. I think, I'm not sure what he did. I think he moved it back. Maybe he just wanted to retreat back fully. And now we've got some butterfly bombs raining on
The
in
enemy
somewhere.
will never be able to match the efficiency of our support command structure.
Support command structure is now available. The amount of manpower saving up, he's definitely, yep. Oh no, that's a motorcycle, not Panthers. Panther research. Not motorcycle, Schimwagen. Not much Schimwagen, Kuttengrad. Ugh, I need to get some sleep. Sniper's getting another good pair of hits there, very nice. And it's the carcass now under siege. Panzerbears have not captured that sector. They're actually quite wounded. They need to get healed up. Grenadiers are capturing the sector now. A lot of forces here, a lot of intersection. Maybe deploy some slit trenches for the riflemen. Riflemen pushing, Panzergrenadiers pushing their way forward. Not Panzergrenadiers. Riflemen pushing their way forward. Will force back by the 222s. And one sniper hit does come forward. Two sniper hits there. Two Pack 38 shots and Panzer shots onto the Cromwell.
Now able to enjoy the benefits of our Jaeger command upgrade.
Your command's now available, but it's one more research, then you can get out the Panthers, or maybe not get out the Panther research. Yep, Panther research is now being brought on in. He has plenty of manpower for it as well. He may be able to charge on forward posts with MP40 squads. These are all squishy targets for the MP40s. It's not running on in. Repair bunker. Nothing to clear and engage those stack and engage stack
Report
out.
the enemy has destroyed a vehicle.
AT gun does take out the Kettengrad as well. Now Panthers are now being deployed on out for the Panzer Elite player. Looks like Panther's actually pushing up north, perhaps eyeing to engage the HQs. Or trying to displace the US flirty cow. Where was that shot coming from? It looked like it came down south.
Campo Belair has proven its superiority once
Scope
again.
rifles do go down to the 222s. The two
Able to end
222s.
the conflict.
Panther's still pushing very far north. We do have a Firefly here and a pair of landmines deployed off by the Brits.
Fuel depot secured. Squad holding.
Looks like the MG42 model there did go down, and more casualties are being recovered. More butterfly bombs being brought on to support his advance on engaging that northern VP. He's focusing on the armor command truck, very nice. Armor command truck will slowly go down here. It's got an M1AT gun here, as well as PS pushing way forward. Panther still roaming around, getting some good hits there. More PS shots in. And we've got the Polish Unit squad being forced on back by that 30 cal. Panther still need to fall on back, have to avoid these Piats. But they are getting some good hits there. Good hits there, rear armor hit as well. The full health Panther is trying to charge him forward, but likely he will not be able to save this Panther. That Panther does go down, could use a Bergantica to recover the carcass. He gets to roll a miss there as well. Off-map house shoot now raining on in. Could be officer artillery. Yeah, he's gone for...
Enemy advances.
That's officer artillery because the US player has gone for armor.
The enemy once more.
Panther will need to fall back. He's severely wounded. Over here, we got the Staghound and Cromwell pushing the way forward. Did receive a pretty good hit there from... Is there a Flak 88 somewhere? Yeah, there's a Flak 88 on the very low ground up right there.
We are
Snipers do get
300
forced them
points.
back. Does find one of the butterfly bombs there.
We are losing territory.
And that squad may get wiped out by the MP40s. Lieutenant. Oh. They have destroyed the carcass. The lieutenant is captured at the fuel point. In which the Panzer player does need more
Belair
fuel.
can now use the feared Luftwaffe ground forces.
Under attack. Return fire.
Yes, both Volksjägers and that Flak 8 is from the Wehrmacht player as well. Looks like these guys are getting suppressed there by the 30 cal.
Even now.
And MP40 Volks managed to close the distance. It does knock around these intersection there with the Flak 88 shot.
A rank of veteran sergeant is available for assignment.
Volksgrenadier do fall back as well. That squad looks like it got fully wiped. As this captain will make his withdrawal. Panther's charging on forward. We've got a 222 still here to support. We've got a fresh 222 as well. You may want to save up for more manpower for more Panthers, but they do need to capture more sectors before them to pull out more Panthers. Or lose some of these lesser important half tracks. Cromwell's making his advance. Will receive a hit there by the Flak 88.
Destroyed in action.
A lot of forces being reinforced, making their way forward once again. 222s are keeping their edge around the flanks. Panther's a little bit wounded.
We have destroyed an enemy unit.
Ooh, looks like the engineer went down by those 222s. AT-gun, however, is in the region.
Ready for new move. Task
Multiple hits there onto that sapper. More More AT gun shots there, trying to destroy some of these hedge groves. Very nice. Open up the maps will allow, honestly, allows more of the Flak 88 to engage, so gotta be careful actually with that. 30 cal inside this garrison, getting some great hits in on these forces. Snipers trying to stop them. But you got the officer artillery now raining on in. There's a late response there by the Wehrmacht player. But the sniper will manage to escape on out of there. Oh! Maybe not. US sniper is deployed now. Getting some good hits there on the Polish Jaegers, knocking out some of those models. Looks like vet 2 infantry have been selected for the Wehrmacht player. Do we have any veterancy on the Flak 88? We do not. Looks like more something else is being deployed out on the Wehrmacht quarters, like another Wolf squad, maybe a motorcycle, could be MG42. And something's being called on there. I think it's, yeah, butterfly bombs are now raining on in. We've got 2 Fireflies engaging the Panther, but they're getting repaired up. It does get a good hit there onto the armored car as more and more artillery rains on in from the officer. Let's say stockpile a bit of manpower, maybe eyeing for some more Panthers at this point. Good hit there with the Flak 88 and good hit there by the Pak 43. Not Pak 43, Pak 438. And that Firefly will go fully down.
These tanks do not stand a chance against our superior fighting capabilities.
Those is finding more and more of those butterfly bombs. Very nice. And the regular Cormo is still alive, so that can still be useful. We have the AT gun receiving hits, receiving shots there from the captain, but the captain does go down to the armored car. And we've got, looks like we've got some howitzers on the map. We do got a self-propelled priest, we got Sherman Calliope, and now rockets are running on down south.
We have been provided with advanced repair capabilities.
Advanced repairs will be very useful. And more artillery is raining on in on top of these forces. Potion makers do fall back. And so it's getting some good damage there as well with the mortar half-track. Riflemen making their way forward. It does get spotted there by the Kaliningrad, but the Wehrmacht sniper needs to back away. 2 kills. The MG42 is gone in this region. Armor cars getting some good hits in as well.
Germany
And
cannot
getting
be
some
seen
point
to
blank
drop
hits.
below
That's like
200
a
points.
great spot for a sniper, to say the least.
Ready to execute orders. Has veterancy upgrades available. Reporting task complete.
Looks like the Allies are still maintaining great control of the game. They still have plenty of tickets remaining. The Axis players are down to the last 200. Logistics company is deployed on out. We've got a 221 being deployed. And good hits coming out onto the Panther. It's really softening up the Panther with the Calliope. That had been 2 Calliopes, right? Or Calliopes? Yes, both of them. Good hits there. Looks like a creeping barrage on top of the Flak 80 as well. Staghound does manage to guard in the flanks. The Panthers receiving a lot of much needed repairs. We got the Fireflies making their advance.
is under attack.
And down south, we have the Kaliningrad trying to recapture that point, but those go down.
Comrades report the enemy has destroyed a vehicle. War machine that can completely destroy the enemy.
With that, there's going to soon be a triple capture in favor of the Allies. Not looking good for the Axis players. Panthers are still alive, but going to see some rear armor hits there by the Cromwell. This Firefly will likely go down. No command tank to support him, since he does not have access to it, so he went for Staghounds. Panthers see quite a bit of fire there. Engine damage. This Firefly does go down. The Panther's severely wounded. Does have 2 level special C. Receives another pen there from the Firefly. It looks to had a bit of overkill there. Panther does receive a bounce there, receive and miss there. And more Kali approach is trying to plow another Flak 88, and he is going to be somewhat successful. More artillery raiding on in. That may have been a squad wipe right there. Flak 88 has been cancelled there.
We are losing.
And the Panther does receive a bounce there. Main gun destroyed. He needs to get on out there. That Priest is about to take him out. Looks like there's currently 2 priests deployed on the field, and that is an M1AT gun from the US player, which is great for guarding the flanks. Going for another defensive Flak 88.
Target completely destroyed.
Man standing by!
Looks like the Falchion Jaeger's being upgraded with FG-42s. The other one's not being upgraded at the moment.
Morale is dropping as we hit 100 points.
Starting to recruit the Panther now. Falchion Jaegers about to be upgraded with their FG-42s. But at this point, they need a full retreat. He still may actually lose that squad. Nope, he does not lose that squad. But no, he may actually lose a squad still. We're seeing quite a bit of fire there from the Piets. But no, the Falchion Jaegers do manage to escape on out there. The sector is locked down due to a 2-2-3 right there. Piet's trying to hit the Panther as well. Notice I got Oxford Artillery now raining on top of the Panther. And there goes those repairing engineers. More Kali approach charging on forward. We do have the Vet 3 Panther charging as well, but he's severely wounded.
50 points. If we do not secure more points, we will face failure. Our enemy will cower as the Wirbelwind Flakpanzer is now available for
And it looks like the Axis players are casting a GG, unable to get back in the game.
Order ready for orders.
Yeah, with this right here, Staghound able to guard up the flanks. The southern flank, they've lost it. Only thing left on the field, they can deploy out the Flak 88, and the Wehrmacht player hasn't even got out of Sturm Armory or Panzer Command. They also need to deploy out more vehicles to help push the front line and engage those artillery pieces.
Cannot fail. We must turn the tide of battle.
Flak 88s are nice, but you need to have a still pushing force, and they were fighting too much artillery to deploy out Flak 88s like that. Plus, the Flak 88s are in very defensive position, so they can only push so much. By the way, this is Andgrade saying thank you for watching and signing off. And that's probably going to be it for me tonight. I'm getting a little bit exhausted. I would say thank you for all for watching tonight, and